say things and you want to change could be on its way. But it tells me that the change that is coming for you, I feel like could be something that you didn't anticipate, but benefits you nonetheless. And that this change or redirection could actually turn out better for you than you think. And I feel like it could impact you more closer to home. Leo, sun, moon, rising. Oh, my little Leos. Say yes to invitations. Say yes to opportunities. Say yes to the opportunity to go out and be seen. Wear your flashiest clothes, smile your biggest smiles. I feel like excellent networking opportunities. As you're being seen, people are seeing you. Bosses are seeing you. People are seeing your work. People are seeing you out and about. And that you could have new interest around you. And if you're single, that could even include new love interest, hey, you're looking good. Or you could have new people being introduced to your circle as a result. But saying yes to opportunities to get out and about, and that could be volunteer opportunities in your community. That could be going out for dinner. And it feels like it's more friendly kind of stuff. It doesn't have to be just dates. You could go on dates. I actually think that if you're on online dating as a Leo, you could get just the right yes. That turns out to be something good for you. And so I feel like saying yes could result in new people coming into your world. Libras, sun, moon, rising. Oh, my Libras. This is a time that you might really start an exercise regime. It's your birthday. It's like a new year. It's your reset button. You just had a very powerful karmic new moon with an eclipse. And this is time to start your goals, start your vision board, start your health regimes, start prioritizing yourself. You could have new circles, new friends on the horizon. You can have new people and new situations just beyond you. And that even could come in to you reinventing yourself in some way and creating a new you. But it seems to show up in the body, the identity. That could even be like your clothes closet. It could be revamping your look. It could be reorganizing your health regime or your diet. But it's really positive for you over this next 2 weeks that whatever you're initiating will have some positive redirection for everyone over the next 2 years in this particular transit we are going through. Scorpio, sun, moon, rising. Our Scorpios. Let's see what we got. Planning. Have a backup plan. Have plan A, plan B, plan C. I feel like you can lay down the future plans, financial gains. You could get lucky with money. And I feel like maybe you get reimbursed. You could get financial windfalls. You can get paybacks. You can get some good money energy over the next 7 to 10 days coming in. And it could be stuff that maybe you work for and you finally get the pay, or you get the commission, or you get some sort of benefit there. And that this next little while prior to us getting into Scorpio season, as it's really reflecting on and getting into planning. What do I want for this next few months? What I want for this next few years? What do I want for this next year? What is it that I need to put in place as my birthday draws near? And so that's showing up for you in that planning. What you're planning now could very much come to fruition for you, Scorpio, quicker than you think. Sagittarian, sun, moon, rising. Positive work outcomes. You might have been grinding with or feeling ground down with work or employment or the obligations in your life. Those could also feel like work. But you must have dragged your time, dragged yourself there, dragged yourself through. It could bring some rewards now that you could finally maybe have that little bit of savings that you wanted, or that you were able to bring together some finances, or that you're finally able to cash in some savings. But there's something about positive work outcomes or effort. All the efforts you put in, you're going to see results. You're going to see things coming forward. You're going to get your payday. You're going to feel like you can finally make a purchase. You can finally put the deposit down. You can finally put the money down. And I feel like even by the end of the year, you see something really positive for yourself around that Sagittarius. Capricorn, sun, moon, rising, my little Capricorns. Personal money, your successes, and they could be small, successes are likely right now and on the way, and finances will improve dramatically, and not through get rich quick schemes, not through something where you think it's going to happen quickly, but it's around putting the building blocks in. And I feel like something small could be like, oh, you got this new role or you got this new opportunity and you're able to make money, and that this money is going to grow for you, or that you're able to put away even a little chunk of money, a few $100s or a few tens of dollars, and you're able to kind of pocket away and save. And with discipline, I feel like you have small successes with your money. And I feel like as soon as you have enough, then you're able to maybe shore it up. Maybe you're able to match it in some sort of financing. So there's something around really building your wealth that will be really productive for you. And you could have advisors coming into your life who are financial or real estate or investment that will really help guide you about your future and about your personal security, which you seem to be making plans to shore up even in the next 2 weeks. That can include insurance plans as well. Aquarius, sun, moon, rising, taking on problems head on, almost like you're going to make a list. You're going to get out your list and you're going to start writing down everything you need to do to take care of anything that could come up as a problem or a challenge, or that you're making detailed lists because you feel like you could have a lot on your plate and you want to get it all done. You don't have to prove your point to anyone. This next 7 to 10 days, you could find you trying to push your opinion or push your ideas or push something on people who don't want to hear it, are not going to hear it. And poor little Aquarians could feel a bit disheartened by that. Just don't share it. Just write it down in a book. Write it down, your ideas or your plans to help you, because I feel like your mind could be very much getting ahead of it, like getting ahead of pet problems or challenges, and maybe the people around you aren't able to hear your solutions just yet. Hang on to them for about 2 weeks, and then I feel like then they'll be like, and you see like, see, I have it right here. See, I already thought about this. And so that will feel pretty good. Pisces, sun, moon, rising, time of reflection. Friendships in your life could ebb and flow. You could find a real ebb and flow with relationships, old workmates, friendships, neighbors, community. You could find that you let go of some and others blossom and become much stronger around you, that you're able to finally find your group, your community, your sisterhood, brotherhood. You're able to finally find maybe some sense of belonging, or you're going to have hopes and lights around that. And I feel like this is a really good time for you to see in your role in groups. And if you feel like you have a sense of belonging, that you could certainly be making changes there over the next 7 to 10 days that will benefit you in a huge way. And you can find me, BerniceBissotPsychic.com. My social media is there. My podcast link is there. And of course, A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck Television every Tuesday. I'm here reading for you beautiful folks, and I really love it. And so let's get into it. I have Brandy in San Antonio, Texas. Brandy.
Yes, ma'am.
How may I be of service to you today? My name is Bernice. I am located in Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada, and you have me for the next few minutes. What can I be of service?
Just looking for some guidance and reassurance of where I'm going, right choices, that kind of.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you for tuning in, and I appreciate you for doing that. Let's explore this a bit. If you don't mind me asking, what is the day and month of your birthday?
November 17th.
Scorpio. Thank you. Let's explore when we talk about, I'm not surprised you're feeling like you're at the edge of this abyss, almost wondering which direction, where the next step will light up. And part of this, as we enter into Scorpio season, is that things that have been hidden this last year are going to have odd ways of coming up for you. Like, it's going to be like sudden truth, sudden insights are going to make you glad maybe you didn't, that you missed that boat, or maybe feel glad that you missed this thing, or, so don't let it get you down. I feel like you've got the next, I'm going to say February, March feels like a good time for you where you might be able to get a break or get away for a little bit of time. And that feels really positive. It feels like you've got to pay attention to your feminine health and feminine health issues and your energy levels, that there's something very much about you addressing feeling low or feeling out of energy. There is, in the next few months, something very much about you cutting ties with people who don't believe in you. And I feel like no apologies necessary to any of them, that you're going to really cut some ties with people who've kind of shown you repeatedly. And, sometimes they feel like they could be close, kind of close to you. And that you could just sever ties with some people, not wanting to give it your energy any longer. I feel like there is going to be there's three other people, if I think about around you, excuse me, Brandy, that I feel like they're all going in different directions, and you could feel a bit empty nested, or that you might feel a bit empty house, like people are headed in different directions, like headed out, headed away, and it might leave you in a place where you're thinking, I need something new for myself. I need something new for me. And I feel like there is something very much, there's a woman who could be quite encouraging to you. She could very much believe in what you're doing, very much, and really trying to give you good, maybe direction or advice about, or maybe she wants you to join her, or I don't know about move closer to her, but certainly she wants you to come in a direction. And, I feel like you could find that this time alone allows you to maybe connect with people away, or that you haven't been able to connect to in a while. There's, a man, I know we have lots of people who pass in our lifetime, and, there's a younger man that keeps showing up in his energy around you. And he could have been gone for a while. He feels like someone's brother figure, but he's a younger man. And I feel like I'm going into your dad's family. And I feel like you're going to have when I say you're going to be able to get away, I feel like you're going to go west, possibly towards California. I feel like this is going to show up for you. You'll know within months. You are re-energizing. You're just gathering your forces. So don't get too angst about not being where you think you should be, only because there is something about the pause, like you're getting insights into things you didn't see before. And knowing that, I feel like you'll be able to make plans, particularly, I'm even going to say as early as February. You still have demands or obligations on you. And that could be helping family, helping others, and I feel like over this next year, you might find yourself a bit empty nested or not as many obligations. And I feel like it frees you up in time, energy, resources. But I want you to really put that back into yourself, put that back into your own energy, Brandy. Because I feel like part of you feeling like, oh, where am I headed? It could just be about replenishing your own energy for a bit. And I I feel like you can really launch bigger come the spring. Okay? And that would be like May, April, May. Thank you, Brandy. I appreciate you, and we'll chat again one day. Now, we're gonna jump right into another bee. We're gonna have the bee show. We're gonna jump in and chat with Barbara. Hello, Barbara.
Hello, thank you so much for taking my call.
Oh, thank you so much for picking me as your psychic. This sounds like a match made in heaven. How can I be of service to you today?
I have a lot going on work-wise. I have projects going on, and I'm just feeling a bit overwhelmed, and I don't know if I have too many kind of irons in the fire, plates spinning. So that's where I've been at lately. I've just been feeling like a hamster wheel, just not knowing. I feel like I'm going in the right direction, but I'm going in many directions. I just think it might be too much. So,
okay, what is it that you feel all needs to be done at the same time? That's a question I want you to hold in your mind. You don't have to answer me.
Okay.
But answer yourself.
Okay.
What is it that you feel that needs to be all done at the same time? And where is it that you need to hand things off to other people, right? And right. When? I feel like it might be worthy right now, if I'm in the work context right now, is to create a spreadsheet matrix and really putting down each of the tasks, who's doing it, what's the timelines, making like a management matrix for this project and getting them really organized so that you're not carrying it around in your head. So part of the battle you're having right now is that aside from doing the work, you're carrying it around as a mental picture in your brain. And I need you to have a place, like a nice binder with a fancy paper and, where you make a nice matrix and you plan out and you have a really nice sort of project management so that you've got it there. And then when you can parking lot, you can stick a few sticky notes in there. Oh yeah, I'm going to parking lot that in there. I'm going to parking lot that thought in there, because it'll help you really look at the big picture of things and not feel overwhelmed. Because I feel like part of this is you could get broadsided or may have recently been broadsided with some unexpected personal demands. And I feel like I want you to be in the headspace where you're walking into work feeling prepared and cleared of mind. So you're going to close out each and every day by just adding a few sticky notes to your matrix of your project management, just keeping it organized, because I feel like you're going to get through what I call a bottleneck. You're going to get through a really sticky bit, and then everything kind of falls into place. So I feel like what feels like a flurry of activity, I feel like although you have lots of plates in the air, I just need you to organize and know, and you'll feel far more confident in the multitasking, because I feel like some of it, I don't know that you can avoid. I feel like, and it's going to really help you identify what you can keep and what you can drop. Okay. Or what's in place on the back burner. So what I do is I like to, make this detailed list about what is it. So I have the big project A, project B, on my list. And then I feel much more confident because I have a parking lot. I can put it there. I know I can kind of chip away at it, knowing it's in process. And I love using that word, in progress. In progress. So that's my status update on my little matrix. It's like in progress, and you are in progress. So know that it's okay. And not everything has to be exact at the same time, because I feel like you could have maybe some unexpected travel, unexpected kind of twists and turns over the next, I'm even going to say a couple of months that I feel like you're going to be prepared for, because you're going to already know where your work's at. And I feel like you're going to need to balance out, you got to make time for people, plain and simple. You're going to have to make time for people, including yourself. And you're going to have to carve out a piece of your day where you say no to people. And for me, mine's the morning. I have 2 hours in the morning where I'm untouchable. and
Okay.
I can, okay? So you don't have to have, things don't all have to topple off or fall. I feel like I need you to stand still actually for a minute, sort it out, all the things that have you kind of like an octopus being pulled in different directions. You're going to pull your power back in yourself. You're going to extend only what needs to be done in this moment and in this time. And then you're going to carve out some time in your daily. The reason why mine's the morning is because by the end of my day, I've got too many demands on me already.
Right.
So I hear you. So now, if I think about success with projects and your work and what you're working on, I feel like there is a natural challenge to everything that you're doing and that you have problems to solve. And that your gift is your ability for logic, is your ability to logistics, coordinate, logic, organize. This is going to be your superpower, in fact, with your projects and your work.
Okay.
And
good.
that, and you do have success, you do have success, but I need you to act like you don't. I need you to act like you don't have success. I need you to act like you have to do it, but do it on the timeline you set out in your plan. Don't rush, because with that discipline that you put in place, you'll feel like you have far more control over the rollout of things. Okay?
Okay.
Now,
okay.
there is a role change that's coming for you. There's going to be a lot of training. You might have to train people or communicate, train. Something about that shows up for you in a big way that I feel like where you might be very insular and only communicating to a small number of people will actually grow quite large. Okay? Or
Okay.
you'll
Okay.
roll something out in a bigger way. Okay?
Excellent. Mm-hmm.
And I like it. And
Yeah, this is making sense.
I just want to predict something. There's this older lady who's still alive in your family. She's an elderly lady, and there's something about her care. There's a man who passed who keeps showing up, and she's in good hands. I'm just going to tell you that. She is in good hands. Okay?
Okay. Okay.
Okay? She's in good hands, not to
All
worry.
right.
Now,
All right.
plans that make me happy to share with you. I feel like there is something that's coming with one of these projects that gets you very independent in some way. Once it's completed, you don't have to have 100 projects anymore. That's what made me happy.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, so whatever you're consolidating in your work or kind of like trying to complete and drop off, leading to a single focus is going to really serve you well. So know that whatever you're completing right now is heading in the right direction for you.
Excellent. Yep. I know exactly what you mean. Perfect.
So it's pretty exciting. And April is an important month, the month of April around your work. And there's something that you're going to get a big yes, and it's around the month of April.
Okay, great.
Thank you. And thank you, Barbara, and good luck with your work. And thank you, everyone, for tuning in to Psychic Tuesday. And we'll see everybody in 7 days.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for the Mini Medium with Stephanie Cowan. Live from tarotwithsteph.net. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Mini Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
All right. Hi, guys. Welcome. Happy Wednesday. Happy Hump Day. And also happy National Daughters Day. I noticed that earlier today that I was kind of seeing what the National Day was, and today is National Daughters Day. So happy Daughters Day to all those daughters, and the daughters that we have here in physical, the daughters that are in spirit, the daughters that are yet to come, future-wise, right? That includes, everybody that has ever felt like that they have fit in and been, accepted as a daughter, whether it's, daughter-in-law, bonus daughter, stepdaughter, whatever it may be. So, but what a fun day to celebrate. I have 2 daughters myself, and then I also have a bonus daughter who is my son's fiance. And so with that, I have a granddaughter. So I've got lots of beautiful, daughter energy around me, and I just adore and love them so much. And I'll tell you, being a grandma is what I call myself, a grandma, but a glamorous grandma. She calls me Nana or Gamma, and my grandsons call me Nana or sometimes Mimi. So I love it, though. So anyhow, happy Daughters Day to all those daughters out there. In case you didn't know, I'm your mini medium on the A1R Psychic Radio and the beautiful Moonstruck TV. And I'll tell you some really quick, fun information as I was getting ready to start my show. I'm over here already just sweating. And for those of you who know and follow me, when I start to sweat, it's a great sign sometimes. It could be something else that I'm going through, but let's just say it's spirit. So I'm going through that fun change. I'm going to be 50 soon. And so, it is what it is, but I'm trying to embrace it. But I've been sitting here just like energy, like crazy. And I'm sitting here thinking, well, what is, why, what is it? Why today? A lot of times when I'm like this, it's usually, we're really close to a full moon or a new moon or, whatever may be that's significant energy of planets and whatnot, right? So anyhow, I just realized that today is literally the last Wednesday in September that I will be, doing readings in September. So now as we go into October, which is my favorite month, imagine that, the veil between us and the spiritual realm starts to get thinner and thinner and thinner. So the messages from loved ones in spirit can be so just intense, but in a good way, so spot on. It takes a lot of energy, which causes me to glisten, So, we don't sweat, right? As women, we sparkle, we glisten. It's my story. I'm sticking to it. So, anyhow, I'm so excited to see how tonight goes because I've been so so much energy and so much activity around me today. I've had issues, though, unfortunately, with electronics. Things have been a little wonky that way. I'm hoping that we don't have any issues with that, especially after my podcast. For those of you are listening right now, or or you listen later, every Wednesday night on my YouTube channel, which is Mini Medium 75, or on Facebook, which is just Mini Medium. I stream to both of those platforms, and I do free readings for a couple hours and just choose people who I'm drawn to. It's very random. Sometimes we just go with spirit, and then spirit draws us to the person, kind of by process of elimination, if you will. But so if you're listening and we don't get a chance to do a reading for you tonight, please keep calling in, obviously, and connect with any of the amazing, very gifted readers tonight and any other night of the week that we have them. But if you're up late, as I am, so 7:45 ish, I try to get on there as soon as I can, but family things come up. But Mountain Time, so 7:45 Mountain Time. Just watch for that, and I will also post some links if that's helpful. But so I'm going to pull an affirmation card, as I always do, and the number that I've been drawn to today has been interesting because it's a very large number, and I'm not going to count the cards out according to that number. But the number 53, which I thought was interesting, it's not double fives, it's not double fours, double threes, but 53. So 53, how that connects is it's going to connect with someone as the age of 53. Born in 1953, May 3rd. And I kept feeling that whoever it is that I was already feeling with me, spirit, loves to mess with me, knows I hate math, and was really using word of like the 5 times 3 type, So 15 could very well be. So we kind of got a few options, but we'll see how that connects with the callers tonight, and then also on my live on my YouTube channel and Facebook. So being that I want to, for sake of time, I'm going to actually do 5 plus 3, which is 8. And I love the number 8, by the way. It's my favorite number, or at least one of them. And let's see what the affirmation is for this week. So if you're not familiar with an affirmation is really just kind of, if you look at the word affirm, it's that you're affirming, you're promising that whatever that this, affirmation says, that you're going to do it, that you're going to apply it in your life, and, you're going to live it and breathe it, and, just soak it all up and let it be. So, all right. Oh, this is beautiful. Oh, this is going to make sense for everybody, I'm pretty sure. So the affirmation says, I let go of the past, I trust in the future, and I accept the present moment. I mean, that's a very common saying we hear all the time, right? The saying about, let go of the past, don't worry about the future, be in the present. And because the word present is a gift, right? Because we hear it. So same thing. And I love that because I'll tell you, I am notorious for oftentimes worrying about the future, and things and that. So, and it's not even a trust thing, really. I trust that the universe is going to take care of me and as I take care of her and, and the family and what may be. But I think the human side just kind of worries. So anyhow, so let go of the past, trust in the future, and accept the present moment. Beautiful. I love it. And we're almost done with this year. So the 8 also, by the way, is the year we're in right now. We're in the year of the 8, which is the year of making things happen. And it's activating and getting stuff done. So you've got 3 more months, friends. You got 3 more months. So get stuff going. Get things, manifesting. Okay. All right. I have my first caller, and my apologies. I missed the name, Dave. And I'm sorry? Hazel. Hi, Hazel from England. I did see that. This is Mini Medium. Yes. How are you, Hazel?
I'm not doing so well, to be honest. I'm very much in grief.
Oh no, my friend. I'm sorry.
I'm searching to try to connect. I am quite sensitive myself. I'm an empath. I, however, find it difficult because of the close connection for me to be able to decipher sometimes whether I'm hearing my own thoughts or my loved one. And I need some help and guidance from another medium in order to get some answers and see whether or not there's some messages to me that I'm able to perhaps not pick up from.
Sure. Okay, my friend. Sure. Dave, I'm going to stay with Hazel tonight too. I have a feeling everything I was getting earlier, Hazel, is a lot of what is connecting.
The number
with you.
you've just said is very prominent. The number 8 is very, very prominent. That has a great meaning.
Yes.
So that's something that it does actually have a great meaning to myself for family connection.
Beautiful. I love that. Okay. Well, I'm going to just spend my time here about 15 minutes and just see what we can give you in that time, my friend. Just you and I tonight, okay?
Okay.
And I don't know what time it is where you are. What time is it?
Hang on. It is.
Sure.
11 minutes past 1 in the morning.
Oh, bless your heart. Oh, my goodness. Okay. Well, if you're up in about an hour and a half,
yeah, no, it's fine. I work evenings, so I've only just come home from work and just got myself into bed, so it's fine. I was sitting there watching rubbish.
Bless your heart. I'm a night owl too, and I think a lot of us sensitives, empaths, mediums, we're just built that way. It's really where we get time to decompress from all the energy.
Exactly, and relax and kind of chime in. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah. Well, I will do my best in the minutes that we have, but if you are up, my friend, in a hour and a half here, I will be on my YouTube channel, my Facebook, continuing free readings. So if you're up, please feel free to hop on in case we want to continue, your reading tonight. But let me, I'm going to get quiet for a moment. I just want to see and bring any energy and welcome any kind of souls on the other side. Now, I know you said the number 8 connects with you and has that significance. I always say don't feed the medium, so I'm not going to ask yet what that is, but do you connect with the larger number of 53? So the age of 53 or May 3rd?
May, correctly. 53 is a little bit out, but not by far.
Okay. And is it close to the age or connection with who you lost recently?
That would be connected near to my age and would be a birth month of one of my children, but not my past child. Not my past child. I'll give you that much because it is difficult for you to know because I've got lots of loved ones. I've lost my son.
Okay. And I was going to say, I could feel that. I mean, obviously, you don't need a medium or anyone for that matter to sit with a mom and say, the loss of their child is sitting with them and grieving. Of course, you are going to grieve, his passing, until you are with him on the other side. But I'm going to tell you, you have a very beautiful way of pushing through every day, my friend, every hour, every minute, every second. I feel like it's, it's really trying to find, the joy and the light and everything. So I want to throw that in there really quick to just let you know I can feel that and I can see that. And I respect and know what it's like to not channel your loved ones when you have these beautiful abilities, because I also can't channel my mom or my dad who have passed, and I feel them, I smell them, but not like I can others.
I feel, but I just can't fully connect because sometimes I dream, which is fabulous and beautiful, and I do get that connection there. But when I hear in my head, I don't know sometimes if it's my own thoughts or theirs, and it's difficult to decipher that because, when I hear somebody else, I know it's somebody else, but when it's so close to me, I don't know if it's myself or what I want to hear, you know, like my own thoughts, or whether it's actually being told to me, and it's hard to gather whether or not I'm getting that message, or whether it's something I want to hear, and I don't want to overreact on that and think, yeah, that's what I want to hear, because it's what I'm thinking in my own mind. You know, it's difficult.
Absolutely. Right. Absolutely. And you're right. It's very difficult to get out of the, the conscious into the subconscious, because they'll mesh together. And so it's, it's very difficult to, like you said, differentiate. So I'm going to tell you earlier today, and I just heard this name again, and names are a bit difficult, as you maybe know, to hear. But then I kept getting a S name. And even like the name Sam, or just one syllable S name earlier today.
Okay. There is a connection with an S name, but they are living.
That's okay.
And they are male.
Perfect. And that is connecting, or do they have a relationship with your son?
That connects with that's a connection with my loved one, with my son. That's his father.
Perfect. And what is his dad's name?
Shay.
Shay. Okay, perfect. The one syllable S. Okay, perfect. Okay. I do feel very much that you're very well, that I'm starting to get more coming in. So obviously him wanting to mention Dad, because you're here, but also there's the validation of Dad. And the first thing that I'm hearing is, Mom, don't put too much pressure on Dad. I don't know what this means, but he's like, don't give Dad time. It's a feeling of just give him time. And when I was hearing that name earlier today, that S, being Shay, it was a feeling of worry, of concern, of Dad not processing or grieving like he should, I guess, how your son feels he should. Do you understand?
Me and him are not together anymore.
Yes.
And he and his son were not close, unfortunately. They started to have a bit of a relationship, but over the years there has been tension. But his father has reached out to me. We have dealt with things as we had to, and I have started to speak to him, and a lot of the pain from the past, from our past break, has been resurfaced due to the loss of our boy. So we've had to deal with that. We've both got other partners. It's been hard. We've had to come together, but yeah, it is difficult to communicate. There is a difficulty there in communication, although we both feel the grief terribly for our boy. He wasn't as close to him as I am.
Oh, you're very
so there's a connection there. There was an issue there. So that is very prominent. Yes.
Yeah. I didn't mean to interrupt you, my friend. I just want to get everything in that he's saying in the time we have. I just heard he's like, oh, my mom will talk your ear off. And that was not me. So don't shoot the messenger. He goes,
that's true.
Talk your ear off. And I love his energy right now. I feel like he's a new soul. He hasn't been gone very long, Mama. I feel like he's showing me that he's still getting his footing, his bearings.
He passed on the 29th of January.
Okay, so that's very new. Okay. Oh my gosh. I just got chills everywhere. Today is the 29th, and we are 8 months away. That's the 8th. Today is 8 months from the time your son passed. Oh my gosh, I have chills everywhere. The 29th coming up, it's 25th today. Your son's like showing me the anniversary of the 8th, connecting to his passing. So this very much, I feel, is his effort of trying to really communicate, knowing that you needed this so bad. There's such an emphasis. I'm going to pull one of these other cards. I'm not even using cards. I'm just listening and going with my gifts. But this deck I absolutely love. It's made by or put together by another very well-renowned medium, James von Prague. And it's called Talking to Heaven. And your son's like, I need my mom to hear the message, whatever this card will be. So we're going to do that here in a minute before we have to wrap up. But I'm going to tell you, there is such a feeling, my friend, of impact, of I almost want to say like blunt force, or I feel like I'm here and I'm gone very fast. Do you understand that with his passing?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
It wasn't natural.
Yeah, it was not natural, right? It was not. Okay.
No.
Okay. He's oh wow. You have a daughter?
Yes.
Okay.
She's older.
That's okay. 34. How do you connect with that number now? He's showing me 34.
No.
Oh, no.
She's 29.
That's okay. So
but she has 2 sons. One is 8 and one is 5.
Oh, beautiful. Okay. And do you know
but you're close. My son was 24.
Okay. Okay. Your son showed me another baby coming in, and I'm going to tell you really quickly that I am very careful with this too. So, and oh yes, I love it. My producer helped me too. So, 29 plus the 5 equals 34. So he's being very tricky with me, by the way.
Yeah, that sounds like him.
Yeah, he's using math, and I'm not a big fan of math, so I love him. He's showing his.
He was very clever.
Yeah, very, very clever. He is showing me, and like I was mentioning, I don't bring up children unless I'm 100% sure, my friend, just because I know it's a very sensitive subject. But your daughter, he's the daughter that you had mentioned has the 2 babies. Can maybe, pardon me if this is not okay to ask, and you can say that you don't want to answer, but can she have more children?
She can have more children. She doesn't want any more currently, but she can have more children. Yeah.
She can have more children. Okay. Okay. So funny. I've got my puppy in here, and she's going crazy of the energy in here. So if you hear that, just know it's my little puppy going nuts over the energy. Yeah.
Okay, I love animals. I have 3 dogs. So.
Oh, there we go. My technology is going crazy. Are you still there?
I am.
Sorry about that. Just be mindful. I do see this other child coming. So I do feel there's a third coming into the picture. And it's interesting. The minute I mentioned children, my technology started going crazy and my puppy started going a little crazy. But there is a okay. I'm trying to hear him. He's got a whole lot coming in. Yeah, hang on. How do you connect with the head, my friend? I'm sorry, I don't mean to bring this up, but I'm getting a lot of pressure in the head. Do you understand that?
Yes. Close to, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, hon. Okay. And he also wants to also mention that there's been some changes in the home that have been very difficult for you, but he's commending you, Mom, of being able to move on and to slowly find some peace and comfort with his passing. I see the pictures have been kind of put up or moved, and he loves. You must have. I'm going to tell you, he's getting very specific, but to my right, not to be kind of creepy, if I'm in your bedroom, to your right, I've got a nightstand or something, a table. Do you have to the right of the bed? Do you have a table there with a picture of him or something connected to him?
I have something connected to him, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Beautiful. Beautiful. He says, tell Mom that I love it. I love it. I love what is there. So, all right. I've got about 2 more minutes. I'm listening to him. He's talking like 100 miles a minute. He smells amazing. I know that might sound really weird, but he must have wore great cologne, my friend.
Yeah, he was a very dapper, very well-dressed, he always smelled lovely, and he was a dapper boy.
Yeah, very
dapper,
handsome.
as in like really smart and fashionable and really good looking and always smelled nice. Yeah.
Oh yeah. And I don't see features. So as I'm connecting with him, he's really manipulating, the clairgustant, the smelling or tasting. And he's very well put together. One thing I do feel, I'm going to pull this card because I know we're down to like less than 2 minutes. Right? This is why if you can hop on later, let me know who you are, and that way we can continue this for you. Okay. The message I just pulled for you, I pulled the number 8 card for you, Mama, and it says, from your son, I am so much better now. Now it's his message using the card. And there's a beautiful rainbow, and he's telling you it connects with rainbows. So please watch that as well.
That absolutely makes sense. That does, yeah.
Beautiful. I love it. I need to end my show, my friend. I hate doing this, but will you email me or message me, get my info from the radio station? I'll also post it. This needs to be continued, okay?
Sure.
Okay. All right.
Yeah,
I look forward to talking to you soon. Okay.
Just to let you know, again, don't feed the medium, but I will tell you, his name is Matthew.
Okay. I love it. Okay. I will ask Matthew to continue to give us these beautiful messages and see what we get moving forward.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Psychic Paths with Suzanne Marie. Live from PsychicPaths.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Psychic Path on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio. I am your host for a little bit. I am Suzanne Marie from Psychic Paths. And yes, I am a clairvoyant and a light trance medium. And I welcome you for these few minutes. So we're looking forward to the harvest moon on the 29th of this month. It's a full moon in Aries, and it's going to be really, really good for everyone. It's a harvest. So every full moon is for releasing what does no longer benefit us. And so this moon is going to do that, but it's really going to give us some energy and some clearing, and it's going to get us rolling in the ways in which we need to do the things that we need to do, focus on. And I think that it's going to be really, really good for everyone. It'll be changes, they'll be releasing, but I think it promises to be a really good season for this full moon. So I hope that everyone is doing well. I hope that everyone is being kind and loving to one another. I've been doing a lot of research into ego, and I've learned that really the secret to ego, because you need it. Everyone that's into learning about awakening and spirituality, they say that the ego pretty much isn't worth anything. But the secret to that is loving yourself. If you learn to love yourself, and I know for some people it's very painful, but if you learn to love yourself, then your ego is feeding on things that are nutritious and filling. But if you don't love yourself, then you're prone to go ahead and feed off of things that aren't very healthy. They don't fill you, and it will hurt you. So that's what I've learned in my little research this week. We have Susan in Scottsdale, Arizona. Hello.
Hello.
Hi, how are you tonight?
I'm good, and yourself?
I'm doing well.
Good.
What can I help with tonight?
Well, I had a strange thing happen to me today, but I don't expect you to pick up on it. Are you mediumistic? Are you a medium?
Yes, I am a medium, yes.
Can you connect me with my grandmother, Connie?
Let's see what Spirit does. Let's see if she comes through.
Okay.
I'm not getting her very clear tonight.
Okay.
But I'll keep trying. What I did get, the reflections that I did get is something shocking, and I don't know where that's coming from. And then I got some kind of a confusion. I don't know how that resonates, but I'll keep trying to pick up on her.
Okay.
I might be
Okay.
up for some heart surgery. Maybe that's it.
You?
Yeah,
Oh my goodness.
yeah, maybe. Well, I've had it before. They just kind of screwed it up.
So was that shocking? Because I feel that there was a shock to something. Unbelievable.
There was a shock that happened today. I encountered a woman that something shocking happened to me with, but that happens to a lot of people, right?
Yes.
People do weird things these days.
Yeah, and you just gotta say it all. It takes all kinds to make a world.
Exactly.
Where did the confusion come from? Because I feel confusion too.
This lady was telling me a lot of things that I already knew, and it was just she just started spewing off all this stuff that I knew, and then I don't know. She was asking me
I
for
know
money
what it
after that.
is.
What?
I know what it is.
What?
She was talking down to you. She had an air about her that she was going to tell you even if you knew it already. I was just talking about ego, and I feel like this lady was in her ego, like she just wanted to do it. And I think that is confusing when you have the information.
Yeah.
It was kind of not giving you the benefit of experience.
Right, exactly. It was an interesting encounter, that's for sure. But we're out in Scottsdale, so you know.
I feel like I feel like you handle it really well, and I feel like she was just being a know-it-all, and I think it was antagonistic to you, but I don't think she was really good at reading that either. How antagonistic it was for her to do that.
Why do the guys give out information like that? Don't you have gatekeepers, or I don't know. I don't know. They let them know all that stuff about you.
I hope I hope that I'm connected to spirit, number one, and I hope that I am of some help to the people that I read for. It's really, really what I would consider a gift to me in order to help others. And everyone has the ability, but when I was starting, I just didn't want it. It was an intrusive thing. I wanted to be normal. I wanted to be average, and so. But this is the way it turned out. And I think a lot of people have intuitive abilities, but they don't know, and they don't go and search for what's going on. I would say that 99% of human beings are intuitive, and I think it's from our natural state of being. But we talk ourselves out of it.
Yeah.
And we as mediums or clairvoyants, we talk ourselves into it instead of talking ourselves out of it.
I like that. That's a good way to put it. Yes.
I feel like the surgery is going to go well, and I feel like you've got a really good attitude. I mean, spot on attitude about it. I just feel like it's an interference more than anything, and I don't know if they've told you. But it's really not, it's really a small thing at this point. There's a small thing that needs to be done.
Yeah. Oh, good. That's fantastic news. Good.
Your grandmother did kind of come in, and it looks like she's been playing some kind of board game. And like I've interrupted her. In life, was she into board games?
No.
It feels like she's playing checkers or something like that takes focus. I get that her death was because of her head and her somewhere in the chest area, her lungs or her heart.
That is correct.
I feel like she had a very sad life, and
Yes.
it kind of hardened her. There was a hardening to her. And she was a loner, I get.
Yeah, always.
She is with you. She is with you. She loves you. But I just get this. I think that's why she didn't come right away, was because she really is quite the loner. I mean, she's just kind of like a person that doesn't need much social interaction. It's like, get over here.
Yeah.
But she is with you, and she's awed at your strength. And she says you have the social ability and the tenaciousness that she wished she had when she was here on Earth.
Aww.
She's in awe of you.
Oh, that's beautiful. Thank you so much. Is there anything else that you feel that you would like to share, or?
So she brings in her husband, I think.
Okay, yep.
And she does have a little boy there that she's talking about. A young child is there. I don't know if you know that person, but she says you do.
I don't know.
So there was a child passed in your family.
A baby. When he was a baby.
Okay.
A brother that I would have had, yeah.
So he's growing up there. He's growing up in spirit, believe it or not. And he looks to be about 6 or 7.
It happened years ago.
I really want you to be at peace with what's going on with the surgery. And
yes.
I am so proud of the way you behaved with the person that was a know-it-all. And know that the surgery is going to do just fine. You'll be just fine. You'll be back up and running in no time.
Me. Okay.
No, you're good. You are real good. Thank you so much for calling tonight. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much. You have a great evening.
You too. Have a great week too, okay?
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, everyone. Everyone have a great night and a great week. Rest of your week. I'll be here next week. Bye-bye.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Insights with Solaris with Jennifer. Live from Solaris.1. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Insights with Solaris on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good evening, everyone, or good morning, wherever and whenever you're watching. Welcome to another episode of Insights with Solaris, where I am your host. I'm Jennifer, a tarot reader for over 10 years, along with being a Reiki master, sound therapist, and all sorts of other things. But at the end of the day, I'm a channel of spirit, bringing messages for those who come find me. And if you have joined me before, you will know that I always like to start out with a general message for the collective. And these are energies that are what's happening throughout the rest of the week. So it can just kind of help you navigate a little bit more. And the cards are speaking today. I'll tell you that. I'm getting most of the deck coming forward. Okay, so for a lot of people, it may be a good week for romance, or if you're starting to step back into the dating pool, or even starting thinking about flirting a little bit, it would be a very good week to step into those emotions, especially with a romantic relationship. It doesn't have to be romantic. It could be strengthening of a friendship, or perhaps even finding a new friend group, but there's a lot of connection coming forward, and a lot of opportunities to come back and reconnect to other people. A lot of people have been busy, going off, doing everything that they need from work to just day-to-day activities. And it seems to be coming back to the time where we need to come together and work as a community, but also making sure that we are putting out what in the universe is that we want to receive back. So there's a lot of balance here. There's going to be some decision making coming up this week as well. And it is going to have to deal with that emotion. And for a lot of you, you may be feeling a little bit uncomfortable, a little bit anxious, and it's okay. It's okay, and it's safe to go into your emotions and ask, why is this making me uncomfortable? Why do these emotions make me feel anxious? And ask those hard questions and get to know yourself as well. It's not just going off and like, okay, I'm ready for a new relationship. It's asking those deep questions within yourself too. So feel the emotions this week. It's okay. It's a good week to do so. And we are taking a caller. So we do have Lisa from Canada today. Hello, Lisa. How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm doing really good. What kind
Hello?
of questions do you have? Can you hear me?
Yeah, sorry, you just cut out for a bit. Thank you for taking my
It's
call.
all right. What questions?
I have a question. I want to know, I've been without a partner for so long, and I really keep going through these ebb and flows of I really want one, I feel like it's happening, and nothing's happening. Mm-hmm. And I get discouraged, and I stop thinking about it, and whether I'm thinking about it or not, it's just not happening.
Okay. Yep. Yeah. I'm seeing the cards. I'm feeling into your energy. I'm like, okay. Yep. I can see the story. I can see how it's unfolding. Let's see what questions. All right. So underneath it all, I do see there's a lot of insecurity on your side, and so these are just things that tend to happen when we have bad relationships. We kind of hold on to these little things that kind of build up over time, and they become an insecurity. It does seem like you're kind of creating a self-fulfilling prophecy here, and that you're worrying like, okay, and kind of worrying about this a lot at night, when you're alone and you're thinking about it. When you're expecting the worst, you're not going to be showing up with that optimistic viewpoint. Like, oh, okay, I'm excited to go out and meet another person. It's that caution. And when you approach with that caution, which is completely okay, because, right, we use caution because it's a way of saying, hey, we are safe. I know what my boundaries are. I've experienced before, and I know what to look for. But at the same time, you really are holding yourself back from the full experience. So I do see the underlying insecurity there that you could just step into a little bit. As same with the collective reading, it's a good week to step into your emotions to find out why this is making me uncomfortable. But what I do see is that there may be something around tradition that necessarily you are kind of still unsure about. Like perhaps you do want something more traditional, but at the same time, you're like, no, I don't want that. I want somebody like me, but I don't want to be stuck in this specific role. It's kind of the fear of possibly having to turn into something like a cookie cutter household. So I see that. But what I do love is coming into these cards in that past position. I see that you have somebody that you can create and manifest whatever you want. And at this time, because you do have the insecurity, you're creating this period of stagnation where, okay, you want to move forward, but that fear is holding you back. But I see that you are somebody who is able to stand your ground. You know how to choose your battles. I also see somebody who is loving, who can be very patient and empathetic to other people, and that you do have the Queen of Cups here with the Ten of Water. So I do see something coming towards you. Let's see if I can get any timing here.
Oh, that would be promising.
Okay, so coming up with the air. So it's not going to be within the timing you want. It seems like there's some changes to plans that you weren't expecting. So maybe what I'm feeling is that you may find somebody that you're interested in, you may start talking and something happens and this next person is going to fall out. But it's putting something in motion. This next interaction is putting something in motion that's finally going to like make some unlock some doors, so to speak, and coming in and making you finally understand the lesson that you need to learn in order to pull this next relationship to you, the actual romantic relationship to you. What is this lesson that's keeping you from stepping forward? Let's see. Okay. Can I have some more answers?
I feel like I've done so many of these lessons, and
yeah.
I don't know. Yeah.
Okay.
You start feeling defeated when you're not even, you're putting yourself out there, but you're just not making a connection.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and I do see that frustration here with some of these other cards. Like it's moving slowly, and you don't want to move it slowly because I'm seeing it balanced out with the air energy. And I'm just going to switch to light language real quick to help connect with your guides just a little bit more. This is just how it helps my spirit channel flow so I can get more accurate information. So just what I am hearing is that you have not made space for a partner in your life. And I know like you're like, wait, what do you mean by that? It seems like, okay, if somebody came to you right now and they're like, hey, let's go on a date, let's get married, like I'm really interested in, hey, I want this with you. Would you be overwhelmed? Or would you be like, yeah, let's go do it?
I'd be open to it.
You'd be open to it, okay. So
yeah.
They continue on with that because what I see here, because we have a lot of things going on in your life. Like we have the Two of Pentacles, we have the Ten of Wands. So we have a lot of this energy coming in. It's just like, hey, there's not a lot of space to bring in something completely new. But with this 10 here, that's a completion. So any type of stress-related health concerns, maybe address those a little bit first and clear out some of the stress and the worries to make more space for a person to come in, right? Because we can't continue to buy furniture for our home when we don't have any rooms to put the furniture in. So there is a little bit of cleaning up that's being asked to become. But I also possibly see
I am in the middle of purging furniture right now. Actually, I'm doing
there
that.
you go. A lot of times when we start cleaning our physical space, it is reflective of our energetic space. So that's perfect because we're clearing out the stagnant energy and we're bringing more in. I do see a lot of communication, fast-paced communication. So I do possibly see you meeting somebody online, or you're going to connect with this person more through text message, more through like instant messaging, things like that, social media. Can I have more information about this person for Lisa to look out for? Making sure that you are being yourself. That is going to be very good. This next person is really going to struggle, with you guys at first on how different your perspectives are in life. This may be somebody who has recently been through a major change. So maybe they're getting out of a long-term relationship or they just moved, but it's going to be a major change. But they are going to be an independent person, a pretty grounded person, but a humorous, logical, perhaps a little bit of blunt, which I do see may actually be a good compliment to your energy. Okay, so continue to trust your intuition, because this person also is going to be naturally intuitive. They may not be like, oh, I'm interested in tarot reading or I have these crystals, anything that type of intuitive, but they will have a gut feeling where they just know when things are right. And I feel like they're going to know, like, oh, hey, when I meet Lisa, and they're going to be like, I need to know more about this person. I need to speak to her more. I need something more. And it's just coming forward. So let's see. Okay. But I'm not getting timing. That's what I don't like. I'm not getting any type of timing. Okay. Yeah. And I'm not going to get timing. No, Spirit's not going to give me timing. So yeah.
No timing.
There's this repeating message about being worried about material things as well. So I know we don't like the lessons. I know we get frustrated, and sometimes people can help us see the best in ourselves. But in this case, it does seem like you do need to do a little bit more inner work to bring that relationship that you're wanting forward, because someone's coming in, I see the 10 of Cups, I see someone who's witty, someone who's like, oh, hey, I'm interested, I can and have really good conversations with. How can we speed this up? Let's see, how can we speed this up? Yeah. Continue to be kind. We're running out of time, but continue to be kind. Start making more time for those around you. Be sensible in your approach. Don't go off of the deep end. Don't go to bars. Go to places where you feel at home. And then when you're around that energy and when you're happy, you're going to start bringing that romantic energy to you. But be yourself, dig a little bit deeper. And this person's coming to you, but Spirit is not giving me any timing. It's more of a milestone. Forever. It's just, hey, you can do this. You're a confident woman. Be that confident woman that you know that you are.
Sometimes you get like I said, get frustrated, and you I want to change. Why is it that I'm still waiting? And
to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for New York City Celebrity Psychic with Perry Lyons. Perry Lyons. Live from PerryLyons.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is New York City Celebrity Psychic on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, cherished ducklings. How are you, my babies? Listen, I want to first thank you for all the darling emails and fan gifts and stuff you've been sending. If you feel like, I'll post my PayPal and Venmo tip jar on my page if you feel like paying for my parakeet food. I have parakeets. I know, but they're adorable. Their names are Marvin and Tony. Tony's the girl. And I love them. They're dumber than a box of rocks. Anyway, so the other interesting thing is I've been getting a lot of lovely emails this week, and thank you guys so much. Just in case you feel like getting in touch, my website is Perry Lyons, P-E-1-R-I, like periwinkle, Lyons, Lyons, at gmail.com. And my website is perrylyons.com. Get in touch. I always answer within 3 to 6 months. But what was adorable this week is I got 4 emails from you, cherished ducklings, saying that I reminded you of the woman who starred in Bewitched, Elizabeth Montgomery. Most of you are too young to remember it. I'm too young to remember it, but I have watched it. And what I wanted to tell you is that there's a reason for that. And what a sweet thing to say. Thank you so much. But the reason I might look like her is my grandfather. Her father was a big movie star in the 30s and 40s named Robert Montgomery. And my grandfather was brought out to Hollywood in the 30s to be a replacement for Robert Montgomery because he looked just, hi, Amanda in White Oak, Texas. I'll be with you in 5 minutes after I finish telling this completely random and irrelevant story. Amanda, can you hang out and give me your positive energy, which you have so much of, while I do my tarot for the week? Will you do that for me, baby?
Mm-hmm.
Yes? Thank you, because your energy is very important to me. Thank you. Anyway, so my grandfather was brought out to Hollywood to be like a replacement for the star of Bewitched's father, Robert Montgomery. Anyway, and my mom looked so much like Elizabeth Montgomery that when I was little, when I'd be home for school and there would be reruns of Bewitched, I thought it was my mom because my uncle was a TV actor. So I was just used to people I knew in my family showing up in TV. He played Marilyn Munster's boyfriend on the Munsters, among other things. Anyway, why am I telling you this? I don't know. But for the 4 people who said, you remind me of the lead in Bewitched. So that's why. Thank you, and I adore you. And we're just going to quickly do the tarot psychic weather for the week. Now, you guys know that if you're watching this, there's a reason you're watching it. And the reason is not just because, Dateline's on repeat tonight. Although that's fine if that's a reason. But the reason is if you're watching this, there's a message here for you, even if you don't think there is. So I'm going to draw 3 cards from my enormous cardboard box of 500 cards. And the cards are about this week, starting today, going till next Wednesday. So the first card is the beginning of the week. The second card is the middle of the week. And the third card is the end of the week. And one thing I've noticed is that, even for me, this is accurate. I'll be in the middle of a week and I'll be like, wait a minute, didn't I just say something about this in the last show? So just so you know, I'm accurate. I also would like to share with you that a movie star friend just texted me. I had done a reading for her boyfriend in June in which I'd said, you're getting, for some reason, $300,000 in mid-October. And she called me to say he just got, because of a thing I won't go into, he got $300,000, which is coming in tomorrow. So it's always nice to have like one's accuracy and ego. Not that I have one. Reinforced. And as you guys might know from the press I've been getting and all that stuff, I have a 87 to 93% accuracy rate. Not to brag, but oh yeah, wait, that's bragging. Okay. All right, Amanda, darling, stay there, and I'm going to draw the cards for the week. The first card. Wow. Oh, that's interesting. One second. The first card is from a brand new deck. It's so brand new, I can't even remember the name of it, but this is what it looks like on the outside. And if you go to my Facebook page, Perry Lyons on Facebook, I will tell you who did the deck. Anyway, so the first card is very interesting. It says that you already have the answers. So the voyage that you're on, the voyage of like, I've got to change, I've got to fix myself, I've got to do this, you're already the best version of yourself there possibly is. Just give yourself credit. Take a deep breath and ask higher power to help you, because that always works. And for all my atheist friends out there, you can take a deep breath and ask random fluctuations in the space-time continuum to give you answers. But I happen to believe that there's a beautiful, infinite intelligence and love that created us, loves each of us, knows each of us personally, and wants the best for us. So what I like to do occasionally is just close my eyes and say, dear big love, please just give me the answer to this. Thank you. Amen. And whatever I receive tends to be not always what I want to hear, but the right thing. Okay. So the first card is, you might be going on a voyage soon. You might be going just away for the weekend or just for a little, couple days away. But what it's saying is that the question that you have about yourself has already been answered. You have the answer. Just ask for it. The second card is fascinating. It's from a different deck. I will reference this deck on my Facebook page, but this is the Fool card. It's a 0 card, and it means that you're about to, this is midweek, you're going to make a decision. And sometimes, it's good just to make a decision in order to make a decision, because just moving forward is the answer. Because if you move forward rather than staying in bed with the covers over your head, not that I've ever done that, him, just making a decision of any kind, even if it's just like going outside and taking a walk, or taking a class, or deciding to accept your daughter's new husband, even though you don't like him, as part of the family, and deciding to love him anyway. Whatever decision you make, what the Fool card says is you're beginning a whole new journey. And it's a protected, loved, and important journey. So midweek, you're going to, whatever you do midweek, it's going to have lovely consequences that are going to take you a whole 10 steps up in your frequency. Got it? Good. Okay, and the last, I love this card. Woo! Okay, excuse me. The Chariot card. Can you see that? The Chariot card is a charioteer. We can't tell what gender this person is. That's okay. It's drawn by a black and white phoenix. What this card means is victory. It usually means victory in some aspect of your life that's female-led. So a woman, or you, if you're a woman, or identify as a woman, or look like a woman every second Wednesday, whatever. This card has to do with the black phoenix represents commerce, represents business. The white phoenix represents artistic inspiration. So something that you're involved in or may want to be involved in that has to do with making money artistically, or something that has a creative aspect to it, is going to have so much victory and success around it. We love that. We love success. We love victory. I like phoenixes. Phoenixes? I'm sorry, there's sphinxes. Excuse me. Sphinxes. Oops, sphinxes. So to sum up, the beginning of the week is you having a question that you already have the answer to. Go inside, take a deep breath, take 5 minutes, get in touch with your higher self, ask for an answer. You will get one. And usually the problem that you're facing has the answer contained in it, right? I know that's a little deep, but you'll figure it out. The second card, midweek, is the Fool card, which is beginning. It's not being foolish at all. It's taking a chance. It's making a decision, whatever that decision is, just making a decision to take your life forward. It's going to take your frequency up at least like 10 bits. I don't know what you call frequency bits. And then the last card is a success card, and something to do with both business and creativity. And let me know at perrylyons@gmail.com. You can always talk to me. I'm always here. Well, I'm not always here. I occasionally sleep and eat and try to train my parakeets. But pretty much aside from that, I'm always here. So let me know how those came true for you this week. Amanda, my Texas angel, are you still there?
Yes, I am.
Oh, good. I don't know why, but I just friggin' love people from Texas.
Thank you.
I don't know.
Well, hey, y'all. Hey, everybody. And I just have to say, I already know you're spot on.
What's that?
Because everything, I just got to say, everything I already know is spot on. Because I already feel it, just like you told me, just in the positive vibes. I already see it. I can feel it. And it's a manifestation. And like you said, you know the answers. And it's just manifestation, you know, let's go.
Well, I can feel your question. I'm going to ask you when your birthday is. You don't have to tell me the year, because if you don't ask me mine, I won't ask you yours. But I do love to connect to people through your birthday. So what are you, my angel?
The year?
No, just the day and the month. You can tell me the year. But
oh, no, I'm a Gemini.
I think you're young
I'm
enough,
a Gemini.
so that's fine.
I was 1980. I'm a Gemini 1980.
Oh, look at you, Geminis. Oh, Geminis are so fabulous. You guys have been getting a bad rep lately in like all the popular sort of astrology things. Can I just say, totally untrue. Geminis are fabulous. Are you like the 19th? Or are you the end of Gemini?
I'm the 12th.
Okay. You're the last 10 days of Gemini is what I was getting.
Yes.
So Gemini, Libra. So you're the Aquarius part of Gemini.
Yes, I am.
By the way, I have so many friends with that birthday. That's such a great birthday. So
yes.
Let me feel what your question is. I really like you.
I like you too.
Well, thank you. If you're ever in Brooklyn, come by. I'll buy you a drink.
Oh, it's in Brooklyn?
Huh?
Yeah. Yes. You up in Brooklyn?
Mm-hmm. Brooklyn.
Mm-hmm. Oh, wow. And I was just watching them out at the murders in the building, and I was thinking about like New York. You know what it must be like in a blackout. You know?
Oh, you were in the blackout in Brooklyn?
No, I said,
gosh,
how are you?
Oh my gosh,
I was watching Selena Gomez at the Arcadia, and I'm thinking, wow, what a blackout must be in New York, because I was so worried about all the people, and so it'd just be a lot different because, I've got my little surroundings, but I don't have to be surrounded.
It's a very,
Yes.
it's to be in a blackout New York, people would think like, oh, it's so scary. It was so wonderful. I went to a friend's house, and then we'll get to you in a second. I promise. We'll get up, but I was at the time married to a famous artist, fine artist, and his best friend had this freezer.
Are you kidding me? Have you watched that show?
Which show? Wait.
Oh, the Only Murders in the Building.
Oh, right. Okay, right.
Okay, with the artists and stuff. I'm just saying it's a good show, and that's why I thought it was cute because
oh my gosh, Only Murders in the Building. That's my favorite show in the world. But that show is the most New York show. That show is how I grew up. All of my friends lived in apartment buildings like that. My best friend lived in that building. I grew up like meeting, Martin Short and Steve Martin occasionally. But that is such a great show, and I'm so in love with everybody in the cast. Anyway, so let's get to you, because you have 2 questions in your mind. So let's deal with the first one. What's the one I'm seeing in the top of your brain there?
Well, my top of my brain is my health.
I'm sorry?
I said on top of my brain is with my health and what my future outlook is.
Okay. You've been diagnosed with something that seems, first of all, get a second and a third opinion. And legally, just so you know, I'm not allowed to really give medical advice because this is for entertainment purposes only. I am a doctor's daughter, and I started out as a medical intuitive. What I will say is does it have something to do with your immune system? What?
I think so. I think it may. My real gut instinct is with my rheumatoid arthritis. I think it has a lot to do with it, like the silence.
Like rheumatoid arthritis, right?
Like it's autoimmune. My mother had lupus, and my twin actually has got the MS side, and I got the rheumatoid arthritis side, which is like a silent thing. I
hear you, baby. Every morning I wake up, I have to talk to my hand for 5 minutes before it starts working.
Yes.
Do you have a good doctor that you trust and you go to?
I do have a doctor, yes.
Okay, because if not, honestly,
I just had a diagnosis and I've been sick.
Yeah, you have been sick, and it feels to me like you have something, not only the rheumatoid arthritis, but it also feels to me like you might have something, and this is obviously just for entertainment purposes only, but I would ask your doctor to test you for, I want to say Guillain-Barré syndrome or Epstein. What?
You say Guillain-Barré?
Guillain-Barré, yeah.
Okay.
And for the Epstein-Barr virus, it feels to me like you have something that is sort of in your blood system. I feel very strongly that this is something you're going to get much better from. Get a second opinion, go to your doctor, and let's go to something that I can't be sued for. But I can tell you that you come from a family that tell me if this is right, but on the one half of your family, people die young. On the other half, people live to be 105, and even then you have to kill them with sticks. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I'm not recommending that you kill people in your family with sticks, just so you know. Although you're welcome to do that. It's my family.
Well, yeah, I just feel like it's really an autoimmune. I feel like it's autoimmune. And
that's what I'm saying. Yes, exactly. The autoimmune thing is exactly what I'm talking about. That is the Epstein-Barr syndrome. Did you have, when you were a kid, we used to call it the kissing disease?
Never had mono.
What was it called? Mono.
I did kiss.
Did you have mono?
No. No.
Okay.
No, but I kept
I would go to your doctor. I would go to your doctor and get tested for Epstein-Barr or something like that, because that's the first thing that sprang to mind is something, and I feel like it's really treatable. You know, they give you IV antibiotics, and, you know, after a week of that, you're suddenly dancing around singing, "Everything's coming up roses." I mean, you don't have to do that.
I did.
So what's the second question, quickly?
Well, I'm just thinking about a granddaughter. I'm thinking about a granddaughter.
Oh.
My fear is just dying too young before I got to be a great grandmother, and because my mother died before she was a great grandmother, and she was only not even barely into her 60s, and I'm just my oldest is 23, already has one son, and I'm thinking I just really want to have another baby, a little girl, will my daughter have the twins? Which I guess I already told her she's having the twins, but
she's having the plan that what?
Grow them kids up so they hurt having some babies, and hoping for another just 20 years at least, because time isn't promised. You know, if it's just like the life expectancy in my family is only like to 63.
Well, remember what I said? That on one side of your family, people die young. On the other side, people live to be 150, and then you have to kill them with sticks.
Yeah, so I'm gonna be like my grandma.
No, you're not. You're from the other. You're from the side of the family that, like, let me go get my stick. Hold on. Oh no, wait. We have 3 minutes, so I'm gonna say a bunch of stuff really fast. Does your daughter already have a son?
My son has a son.
Your son has a son. Okay, so that's the grandson I was getting. Excuse me.
He has not graduated high school yet, but is about to.
Right. Does he have an adorable name? What's his first name?
My son's name is Logan.
Oh, that's very nice. And what's your grandson's name?
Rager.
Oh, I love that. Oh,
his name is Rager.
Oh, that is the cutest name I've ever heard. So just so you know, you're going to have 2 grandsons and 3 granddaughters, and all of them take after the side of the family that lived to be 150 million years old, and then, of course, kill them with sticks. We've got 2 minutes. I'm going to talk really fast.
Okay.
Ranger is the cutest name I've ever heard. What's your granddaughter's name?
I don't have a granddaughter yet. I'm hoping for one.
Oh, you're going to? Oh.
I want.
Well, that's going to happen.
So you told me I'm getting 3, so okay.
In 11 months. Is she pregnant?
No.
Then give it 2 months. For God's sakes, how long has she been married?
Or 2.
Or with somebody? Oh, no.
Sorry.
You're going to have, I guarantee. And I guarantee, and and as I said, my website is perrylyons.com, and I want you to get back to me because I love being right. You're going to have a granddaughter in 11 and a half months.
Yay.
Bingo. End of story. And she's going to be oh my God. And by the way, you're the prettiest thing. I mean, I can't see you through like the show, but I can see you with my heart's eye. You are the prettiest thing ever. And your granddaughter's actually going to look very much like your mom, who is very petite and looked like a Valentine. Is that correct?
Okay, yes.
Yes? Is that a yes? Can I hear a yes?
Yes, yes. my mom, it would be a Valentine.
I'm sorry, your mother, your mother was just like this perfect little Valentine. And you are so pretty. You and your granddaughter, she'll be around in 11 and a half months. She's going to have a very traditional name, like a queen's name, like Elizabeth or Catherine or Anne or something like that. And she is she's going to be your mini-me, and you are going to love her so much. I can't even. So you're fine. There's no curse in your family. You come from the side of your family where everybody lives to be 150 million years old. Tune in next week, and I just adore you. And my cherished ducklings, come back next week, 9 p.m. live. Mwah. I love you, and I'm here for you, baby. And I'm right. I'll talk to you soon. Bye-bye, baby.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for the Howie Elise Show with Howie Elise. Howie Elise. Live from HowieElise.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Howie Elise Show on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome, everyone. It was interesting this evening. We had all sorts of little ditties to contend with. I have no idea what's going on. It's just check. Every once in a while it goes, and you just have no clue as to what it is or how it's going to behave. Matter of fact, as I'm speaking to you, I see myself double, which is really funny. I haven't seen it that way in a while, but it's all good. I really want to share something this evening. I preach about staying in a positive attitude and connecting with your intuition and really hearing that voice within and the divine. And then periodically there's something that goes totally upside down and sideways. And you go, what? No, That can't be. And my response becomes very human. I was to take care of something, and it was taken care of. And I was asked to make a payment for this thing. I was like, not a problem. It's for A, B, C, and D. And the person on the other side of the counter says, and smile. Okay, great. So the gist of it is the thing was supposed to be about $150. No big deal. Set in motion. All was well. All of a sudden, my bank pings me that it's close to $1,000 on there that they're wondering about. Normally, I don't make purchases like that. So I could look at it and go, this isn't right. Go back to the people that I started with. And it's, bottom line, you'll have to talk to a manager. That's great. Get me a manager. Manager's not here. You'll have to come back tomorrow. Lovely. Come back tomorrow. And they go, bad. Yes. Training opportunity. Training moment. Oh, this isn't good. No, it's not good. Just return my money. Good luck with that. So here's something to consider. And the reason I bring this up is because for the initial moment, I was like, and stopped and went, nope. I live in a friendly universe. I am going to maintain that integrity. I live in a friendly universe, which means that good things happen. Not only do good things happen, things turn out in my favor. As a result of things going haywire, I ended up with all sorts of perks that I wouldn't have gotten if things hadn't gone haywire. Now, granted, the funds have not been returned yet because the majority of the time when you play this game, meaning if you use a credit card and you make a purchase, even if the other person that you purchased from or the company you purchased from is in error, even if they say, I'm refunding your money right now, you don't see it. There's a holding game. And they'll say, anywhere between 3 days to 7 days, or it's 7 to 10 days before funds are returned, which I think really is an abomination. If you make a payment and your funds are available to whomever you're paying immediately, if they refund that payment because they are in error, shouldn't those funds also be available immediately? But again, I live in a friendly universe. And so I'm going to do my best to maintain that calm so that things will click. And when they click, that means energy works in my favor. Just a little something to. All right. I think we have, if I'm going to say this correctly, hopefully, Sanjana. Is that correct? Well, that didn't sound good. We lost her. Oh, my. Hopefully, we're able to get her back online. Oh, just a little weird tech stuff today. For those of you who do the whole astrological thing, perhaps you can write in the note there in the messages what's going on with the planets. Why is it that there's all this funky stuff? Or maybe it was because I was in a witchy place today. Now, we say that we are broadcasting live from Boca, but I'm in two places tonight. I'm in Boca Raton and I'm in Massachusetts. Or am I in Massachusetts and not really in Boca Raton? Or am I in Boca Raton pretending to be in Massachusetts? And if you're going, what is she talking about? Having so much fun. I have the opportunity to be out of town and visit family. And that gave me the opportunity to go to an area that's known as Salem. And many of you may be familiar with it. It's where the original witch hunts took place, and a lot of trauma and a lot of things that weren't good. However, at this point, it's a wonderful little town. There are people that are doing psychic readings. There are all sorts of things that have to do with magic and esoteric and metaphysical. So much fun. If you ever get a chance, you should visit. All right, I think we now have Colleen on the line. Hi, Colleen. How are you?
Hi, I'm doing well, thank you. How about yourself?
No, it's just dealing with techie stuff. And once we get that under control, I'm a happy camper. The Did you have a specific question this evening, or you just want whatever comes up?
Well, they didn't tell me, are you psychic or medium or both? Or
Well, no, I'm not a medium. On occasion, I get a glimmer of that side, but my focus is primarily clairvoyance, claircognizance, clairsentience, clairaudience, occasionally telepathic. So it just depends on who I'm dealing with and how things come through.
Well, my life has been pretty chaotic this year, and I was wondering, is there anything good and exciting coming for me? Like, am I going to finally meet the guy or anything?
Yeah. So let's backtrack a little bit though first, because you said this year has been chaotic. However, I feel like the tail end of last year was kind of chaotic as well. It kind of like spilled over into this year. So you've had a bit of a run of it. On a good note, by the time February rolls around, you're going to find that you are in a very different cycle. I feel like I'd say anywhere from between the 8th to the 10th of February, you start a brand new cycle. So what do you do in between? Patience, which I know is not one of your virtues. However, I would really suggest find things to keep you busy right now. Take the time to catch up on that book, or go volunteer with the dogs, or do something that takes you out of your normal routine, because doing that will fill this time for you so that you are distracted. Because this chaos that you've experienced, and also that desire to have that romance and finding that it hasn't showed up in the way that you want, is throwing you off. It's throwing your energy off. And what I'm saying here is, if you distract yourself with positive and constructive things, you will find that the time goes by quickly, knowing that by the time February rolls around, you will be in a different cycle. And I want to clarify that February is not just a different cycle, but February is like, ta-da! Everything just starts showing up in the way that you want. So things that you had hoped for even 3 years ago, there's an opportunity all of a sudden to show up. Don't be surprised if old acquaintances, romantic as well as friendly, show up in your life as well. And I will say, in respect to that, there's usually a reason why they are old and not current. That said, it's always good to be friendly, be kind, be nice, but don't get yourself overly involved. Understand that there is somebody new that's coming in, but I feel like it's at the end of the spring. It'll be as early as the summer we're in 24, 20, 25. When this person comes in though, initially you're going to go, this can't be the one, could it? Because they're going to seem like they're amazing, and then all of a sudden they're going to seem like they kind of dropped off the planet for a day or two. Like you could have been talking on the phone, and then all of a sudden you don't hear from them a day or two, or texting, and all of a sudden they're just gone. Don't worry. The reason they're doing this is because they're so overwhelmed with the connection that they actually have to take a moment to pause. Like, what's going on here? Like, they didn't expect things to be as strong or as intense. That said, know this in advance enables you not to go into panic, and enables you not to go, oh my God, but we were so good and we were connecting and I can't believe what happened. Remember this moment. It's more a matter of them having to take a breath and recognize that, wow, this is not just dating. This is somebody special in my life. So they are coming in, and you just, again, have to have that patience. So for the short run, really and truly occupy yourself with things to keep yourself busy that are very constructive, and wherever you can, donate some time, which I know sounds crazy because I feel like you're so busy all the time, but so much of it is here. Your mind is going and going and going. So it's like, all right, I got to run. I have to go. And then you're exhausted, and then you push yourself and you keep going, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's time to shift that a little. Yeah. And instead of running like a crazy woman, stop and get clear on what you want to run towards. Because right now, running is busy work. Yes, you do have some things that are real, true, specific obligations, responsibilities, like the rest of the world. However, so much of it is keeping your head busy so that you're distracted. This is not a positive distraction. What I'm saying is start slowing down in the areas that you don't really need to be involved with and put your focus elsewhere. That's going to be really helpful until this new cycle starts in February, as well as tail end spring, beginning of summer, when this new person comes in. And this love interest, like I said, is just, it's a wow. It really is on both sides. Okay, my friend?
Any chance that you would have a description of this person?
I get lighter coloring versus darker coloring, which is interesting because I don't feel like you specifically go for that very light. And yet I feel like they've got amazing eyes. And the feeling is when they look at you, it's almost like they're looking through you. You know, you feel like they're deeply looking at you. I get the eyes being very powerful, very deep, very strong. I get the sense of a strong nose, but not strong like as in, oh, this is a big nose, but more or just
aristocratic.
Powerful, aristocratic. I almost get even Grecian, like again, very strong.
Cool. Okay.
Again, great eyes, and I get pronounced eyes. So there's something very special about their eyes, like a natural line within their lashes. So their eyes stand out the top, and a very strong nose. There's just this loveliness, really and truly. When you meet this person, you're going to feel it. It's not just like, ooh, they're nice looking. You're going to feel it. And you're going to go, ooh, what's going on here? And they're going to do the same. That's what's really cool about it. But you have to have patience. Patience, they come in, and patience once they're in, when they all of a sudden do this disappearing act. I promise you, it's not for long. Just hang in there so that they can come back and go, hi, I'm sorry I disappeared. And then just pick up from there. All right, my friend?
Okay, well, that's encouraging. Thank you.
Very welcome. But really, give attention to slowing down on the other things that are not as important.
Yeah, I've had a lot going on in my brain with the family stuff.
Well, but you have to understand not every tiny thing, every little bit of minutia is important. Meaning, I mean, it's important to them, but it does not all have to be important to you. There are things that you can step back from. And that's what I'm trying to say. Step back so that you free up some of your energy. Thanks so much for calling.
Thank you for helping. You have a great evening.
Okay, I believe we have Kelly on the line. Hello. What's going on tonight? Oh my goodness. First, my camera didn't want to work, and sound didn't want to work, and the craziness I was telling you about purchasing things. Ooh. Not even Halloween, it's only September. I will tell you though, if you're finding that you're dealing with the same thing, just keep telling yourself, I choose to live in a friendly universe, okay? Keep that little thought in your head here. It does make a big difference. Kelly, are you there?
Hi, yes. How are you?
Lost you for a second.
Yeah, I know. I was like totally bummed out.
Well, I'm glad we got you back so you don't have to be bummed out. I keep hearing immediately the name Ray, and I don't know if this is Ray as in like a name of somebody you know, or Ray having to connect with even a company. So like it could be Sun Ray and Company, you know, like something like that. But R-A-Y could be R-E-Y even, but I'm getting a Ray. So if there's not somebody you know or that you're connected with that sounds like that, at the moment there is something right around the corner, because if it's immediate the way that it popped up for me. And it's interesting because you are, I'd say, just as impatient as the other lady that was on a moment ago, but for different reasons. I feel as if, oh my, for you, it's more a matter of, what do you want to be when you grow up? I'm trying to get really solidified with what comes next and how you can be empowered in your world. The biggest thing here is to really take a look at all of the things that you are capable of and pick 3, pick 2, and start playing with those. Because I feel like you're a quick study with many things, and I feel like you have many talents, and yet I feel like there's this, I'll call it discomfort with where you're at in your world. We are in, again, 2024. I'm going to go back to 2022. I feel as if something started there, and it's almost like it's been pushing, or something trying to bubble up from the surface that hasn't met the surface yet. Almost like it's right there, but you can't quite grasp it. Is this making some sense to you?
Yeah.
Okay. Because I just truly get September, and we are in September, is supposed to be a very powerful month for you. Because like September, October, November, all the way through till, see here, going into a year cycle, but there's 2 cycles in one. All right, so let me clarify here so that you can understand what I'm saying. I feel like September through September is about a power year. It almost feels as if on a soul level, before you came in, there was the recognition of this was going to be the year that really defined what you wanted from life and really made it possible for you to have it. And while you were in this year, in this pattern, if you will, or cycle, I feel like also middle of December, 3rd week in December, you hit another cycle simultaneously that has to do with money. So to me, this would represent really paying attention to your heart's desire right now. Understand, again, you're capable of doing quite a few things, but you need to really connect with your heart and say, okay, how do I honor that best? Again, I get that bubbling up. That's so important. And as soon as you do that, we'll find that. Pardon?
My daughter asking for pasta and she's yelling, "It's on the stove, honey." Wasting my psychic reading time.
Right. No. Okay, you have to share pasta now with everybody listening.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. Okay. So just kind of keep in mind, like I said, 2 cycles. One starts and then the other one picks up. And that is about middle to 3rd week of December. You end one cycle, go into another. That runs all the way until September. And that's when there's all this possibility, opportunity for money to come in a lot quicker than what it has been, and also in a greater sense. But there is also a push here to look at money a little differently than what you have been. I'm not saying don't spend, especially, with holidays coming up. We all want to do things for the people we care about and the people we love. However, what I'm getting is you need to spend on you. I don't get the feeling that you have been giving yourself enough giving yourself enough appreciation, spending enough on you. And I'm not saying that it has to be about the dollar amount. It could be the time amount. So there's this real push here, like overwhelming, that you need to be honoring you more, being kinder, being more gentle, giving yourself time. Pardon?
I said, thank you.
Absolutely. Okay. And your little one who was just asking about the pasta, that's a very sensitive kid. Be careful how you speak, really and truly, because this is a kid who absorbs everything around them and takes everything personally. So sometimes it's hard to be gentle when they're driving you bananas. And yet I feel like it's really important. So for instance, even if you raise your voice and you think, I shouldn't have done that, don't wait too long to say, I'm sorry I raised my voice. Like, don't wait an hour or 2 hours of the next day. Try to do it immediately. This is a kid who is very perceptive, very sensitive, not just with family, but with everybody. And this is a kid who you will have to teach not to be overly sensitive to people, I shouldn't say that aren't important, but to people who they don't know well. She's got to be able to shield to a certain degree from people that don't have to be in her circle. Do you follow what I mean? I hope.
Yes. Yeah,
it's going to be very important for her. And the thing with her too is, don't be surprised if you say something to her and she, like, you start to say something and she finishes your sentences, because that's going to become very prevalent. Which also means pay attention to your thoughts, not only what comes out of your mouth, but inside here. Because this is a kid, really and truly, who, again, very perceptive, very sensitive.
Yes.
Okay. Let me switch gears here. Thank you. Let me switch gears. Your knee and fingers overall, so more right side than anything. I feel like you need to do some more stretching. I also feel like hydration is really important for you. Take a look at, though, perhaps talk to the pharmacist and find out what supplements you can take that maximize your hydration, because I'm getting that the cells need more. Also get sensitivity with the bladder, so definitely pay attention to that. Like if it feels just out of whack, go get it checked. Don't put it off. But the hydration part of it, cells, really very important here for you. Okay?
Okay.
We have just a moment, but I feel like the money part of this is exceptionally important to pay attention to. You know, you like your daughter first, but then the money part next. Again, dote on you more. And even if you're thinking, but I do, I get my nails done. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about things that truly make your heart smile. It's like you've got to reconnect better with how to love yourself more. Hold that over just a bit, okay, my friend?
Of course.
Thank you so much for calling. I really appreciate it. And I hope you have a beautiful rest of your night.
I'm sorry. Can I just ask one question before we go? Hello?
Yes, real quick, honey.
Okay, I came up with an invention, and I'm not sure which way to proceed. They
said what?
Bernie and all this. What's that?
I lost you. I heard they said, and that was it. So because we're short on time, I will just simply say to you, please pursue that. As I said, you're talented in many areas. Pursue this. It's important. If you want, inbox me and I'll take a look at your information tomorrow and get back to you.
Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Soul Star Connections with Azrael. Live from Azrael.love. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Soul Star Connection on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everybody. Namaste. It's Azrael coming to you live from Nashville, Tennessee, and I hope you're all doing wonderful tonight. I just wanted to take a moment and just call in on all the energy that is available to flow through us, to flow through the divine light of consciousness, just to support anyone that's suffering right now. I know there's a big storm hitting Florida, and just holding everybody affected there in light and healing and grounded safety and awareness, as well as those still healing in North Carolina and Tennessee, and then all those people all over the world that we're not even aware of, right, that are going through things on a day-to-day basis. I'm really excited to be here with you today. I will be taking some callers in a few minutes, but I wanted to just start by just checking in and seeing how you all were, and asking like, what's going on, like, how's your week been? Have you noticed some of the chaos moving through your life, or are you feeling more light and inspired and open? And where are you looking for support? That's a question I've really been in lately, both for myself, like, where am I looking for support? What do I really need to connect me to a higher state of being, of peace and connection? And then I've really been taking that out to my followers, my community, my clients, and asking them, like, how can I support you? And what is the best way that we can come into connection and alignment? So I'm curious if there's something you're looking for, if there's something that you're really needing that can help bring you into a deeper connection with soul, let me know. Visit my Facebook page. It's facebook.com/Azrael.love. Or you can check out my website at www.azrael.love. And let me know how I can serve you. One of the things I've really been playing with lately is how to serve in a bigger way. And that's part of why I'm doing this radio show, right? I want to connect and be able to support beings in a way that's accessible, that's easy, and that doesn't have to be a huge investment or take a lot of time, right? A place where we can touch in, tune in, and go deep. And yet still create big change. Let me know. I'd love to know how you're doing. I wanted to start today's show before I take a caller by just picking a card, and a card for this week, something that can sort of bring us connection and support as we open into the week ahead. Again, with so much uncertainty, one of the things I've been very aware of for some time. Thank you so much. One of the things that I've been so aware of for some time, right, is that we're in a dying phase right now. And at the same time, we're in a birthing phase. We're in this midst of the in-between. And so what was like, even 5 years ago, 10 years ago, it's no longer. And yet what is being birthed, oh my gosh, we're going to have someone in Kentucky soon. I'm in Tennessee. But what's being birthed, right? Like, it hasn't taken place yet. And so a lot of our paths and a lot of what we've found has worked for us or given us trust in the past. It's really been, not useful to us anymore. It's like, wait, that doesn't work anymore. That doesn't fit anymore. So how can we open to a greater trust and an understanding in the now and in the here? And so that's something I'm with a lot, right? How do we settle into the space of the in-between? And so I just wanted to pick a card today to bring a message for us to offer that support for the next week for all of us in this amazing collective. And I'm picking a card from the Mayatol Herbarry deck, and it works with the energy of plants and plant spirits. And just going to open it up. beautiful. It's the energy of nettle. And for those of you online, I'm going to show you the card. It's the energy of nettle, and it's this leaf, for those of you that are listening, with an eye in the center. And the words are pay attention. And so nettle is the first plant that comes up in the spring. It's very prickly, but it's also very nutritious, right? And it's bringing us exactly what we need. It's giving us stuff to support our adrenals, to support our physical body, to give us the burst of energy as we're opening into that new abundant spring energy. And at the same time, we have to sort of be careful with it. We have to be careful how we touch it and how we open to its energy. It's very powerful. It can sting us, right? And so this card and this energy, when we pull it, is okay, everything is happening for a reason. Let's come into a space at the time. Let's give ourselves that permission to know that it's not comfortable and that it does feel stingy sometimes. And we want to keep our eyes open. We want to pay attention to what's going around us. We want to pay attention to our stories and notice if we're getting caught in those stories and those old patterns, because they are not serving us any longer. And we really also want to pay attention to what's beyond the stories, our dreams, our inner knowing, the nature around us, everything. So it's a good card for this week. We're getting the nutrients we need to move forward in this birth. And at the same time, we must, pay attention to both letting go and what is dying for us and opening up to what's in the unseen world that we can truly trust, even if it hasn't taken root yet. So beautiful. So I'd love to take this next call, the first call today. It's Shelly in Paducah, Kentucky, and I hear it's Shelly's birthday today, so it's such a joy and beauty to be able to share with you. So hi, Shelly. It's wonderful to have you with us.
Hello.
How are you? Happy
Can you hear me?
birthday.
Oh, thank you.
How are you doing today?
I'm doing good. Just relaxing.
Cool. How can I be of service today? What would you like to open into?
Well, I am not sure. I've got lots of different things going on in my life, but I was like, it's my birthday. Maybe I should just get a general what I should focus on.
Okay, I'd love to do that for you. So the way I read, it depends person to person, but today I'm getting the invitation. I'm just going to slow down and close my eyes and just first of all tune in and see if there's any direct messages for you from Spirit. Anything that's just coming through, and then I will pick some cards for you and see what wants to support you on this special day and in the months to come.
Perfect.
Okay, so I might be silent for a moment, but I'm definitely still here with you. And I'm in Nashville, so we're quite close, actually.
Oh, yeah, very.
So the first thing that comes, and again, I will pull some cards to either get more clarity or maybe even get another line of truth coming through. But there's something that is wanting to birth through you that is very exciting. Something that your heart is sort of maybe, I think longing might be too strong of a word, but it's like, oh my God, can I really do that? Or can I really experience that in my life? And the message is to go for it, right? There's been maybe a waiting period of some sort, or you've had to do the drudge work to get to where you are now. And it's sort of like time for you to step into what feels exciting. It might feel a little bit scary too, but the heart is very smiling. I didn't get any fear when I was tuning into it. But it's time for you to trust. Know that there is support for you to move forward on this path, and that you will be supported. I see a lot of joy for you, and a lot of I almost want to say a playfulness that's coming out or asking you to sort of move into. There's also a peacefulness, like you can be quite comfortable, like I can be at peace. And this is saying like, no, like we don't want to just be at peace. We want to play. We want to explore. We want to create. And so that's just the first thing that comes through. And it's really beautiful.
I love that.
Yeah. And you just know, like, and if you know what it is, then great. But if you don't know, it will be very clear to you, and it's soon.
I'm pretty sure I know what it is.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like it's right there. This is not like a 3 months down the road type thing. It's like it's there. It's time. Go for it. 100% success, beauty, love, connection. I'm getting big shivers, right? Like it's just beautiful. And then I have no idea what this means, but I'm just going to share. I get turkey energy. So the energy of a turkey, and it doesn't mean Thanksgiving or anything. And I don't remember what turkeys mean from the animal perspective or animal totem perspective. So that might be something you want to look up. But I just see a turkey like energy, and it's very happy, and it's like wandering around, and just showed itself to me. So I just want to share that with you. Okay.
I do like turkeys.
Yeah, they go in trees. I never knew that till I moved to Tennessee. And I thought, is that like an owl in a tree? And there were turkeys, right? Like, so they can be grounded, and then they can also go to those higher levels, which I think is really cool. So I'm going to pull some cards. Yeah, from a Rider-Waite deck. So this is a deck that I've worked with for a long time, over
I'm pretty familiar with that one. I've never really used it, but I like it.
Yeah, I like it.
Somebody just gifted me a gilded Rider-Waite today.
Oh, really? Oh,
yeah.
How cool that I'm doing the reading then today. Yeah. These were given to me. So I'm going to be 50 this year, and these were given to me when I was 21 by someone. So I've been using them for a long time, and yeah, they're very, very powerful. So I'm just going to, again, be silent for a moment.
Okay.
The other thing that's coming in, just as I'm giving thanks and I'm calling in your angels and guides, is Archangel Michael is very close for you right now, and he is there to support you on your path. So if there are any challenges that are coming in, you can really call in for his help. Or if there's any barriers that you're noticing, if only this piece would move or this piece would move, not necessarily in your emotional world or emotional life, but more in like outer things that are like in the, just in the way or feel like they're holding things up. He's here to help you right now, and you can call in on his support and his help. And you can also call in on the energy of a blue ray of light. I just feel that that's with you. And so even envisioning that blue ray of light, surrounding yourself with it, bringing light and energy with you, it'll bring a lot of support. So the first card I picked is the Temperance card. It's Major Arcana. Whenever we're working with Major Arcana, I always see it as bigger things and bigger energies that are at play. And I actually pulled 6 cards for you. And I'm just seeing if there's any. Yeah, we'll stop there. That's where the Major Arcana stop. And there's 3 Major Arcana, and then actually I pulled 5 cards, and then 2 cards that are not Major Arcana. And so this is telling me that there's a wave and a shift and a change, a flow of energy that's moving through for you right now. And there's this balance, right? So it wants you to know that everything is well. You're coming into a state, even though it's not going to feel like it, there's going to be a little bit of a bump coming up. The bump is not a bad bump. It's more of an internal trust and sort of stagnation within, but it's like everything's as it should be, and you have the ground to move forward. Do what you can to follow that joy that I was seeing in your heart. And then also give yourself permission to take the deep breaths and to give yourself, like, you don't have to get in a panic or try to figure it out. It's in place. The second card is the 9 of Wands in reverse. And that is the card where when it's right side up, it's like looking over my shoulders. I can't trust. Like I know I've got all this, but I can't trust. And so it's in reverse. And so there's a sense of, especially I think in the next couple of weeks, like, oh, I can trust and things are okay. And I don't have to hold this fear. But I think that's what the next card is all about, is the Judgment card in reverse. But it's like, can I really let go? Is this really happening for me? Because some of the choices or some of the directions that you're taking in life on some level feel very imbalanced, right? It's almost like you're going to be making a change that's asking you to grow beyond what you've been before. And so the Judgment card is like in reverse. It's not saying, oh, you can't trust, but on an internal level, there's a sense of, I don't know if I can. Can I really trust myself? Can I really trust this process? Because it's sort of turning my whole world upside down. And especially if we're looking at things, if there's anything at all that starts to come in on a financial level, or where you're like, well, I got to let this go. This is my safe space, and say, no, I'm following my heart. I'm not just going to do what I'm supposed to do. And so that feels a little bit scary, right? So that's the Queen of Pentacles in reverse, is right after the Judgment. And it's sort of like asking you to come into a space of deeper trust in yourself. And then the final card, the last bookend, is the Hierophant. And I really like the Hierophant. Now, some people will read the Hierophant cards as it's like society, or it's like what you're supposed to do. And for me, the Hierophant is the connection with God. It's the connection with spirit. And it's being the energy of the one who channels in spirit and connects with this higher force. It's like bringing spirit down into matter and into ground. And so the outcome is, or what we're looking at, is everything that's happening in everything that you're being asked to transform. It's like all in alignment with your path, and there's nothing to fear, because you're actually going to come into a place of power and support. And my sense is that you're going to be working more with spirit in your day-to-day life. There's going to be, I think, some openings for you energetically and spiritually, and even perhaps in the work that you do with the world, in that you are going to be able to speak more truly and more fully with that authentic voice of spirit, of intuition. And so this part of you that gets scared, or once you step into it and it's like, can I trust? You can trust, and there's nothing that you need to hold, right? You don't need to figure it out. It's just let it unfold. The universe has got you. Okay.
That is wonderful. I have that card Hierophant, very literal.
Yes.
Because, I do work with spirit. I just haven't been doing it as closely over the years. But, I hear spirit, I see spirit, I feel spirit. And I've been doing readings myself for other people lately, more so than I normally would, because I'm more work. I'm a social worker.
Okay,
so, I help people on a more real, I guess. I don't say it's not real. Real is not the word. The waking life.
Yeah.
And I like the spiritual life a little bit more these days.
Well,
so it definitely is interesting.
Yeah, being called into it. And one of the things that I'd be curious about, even in your day job, is how can you connect with spirit there? And I'm going to have to take the next caller in one moment, but how can you connect with spirit there? And obviously with your clients, you can't. I understand that's very linear, and there's also a structure, right, that you have to be within the job you're doing. But even just taking the time to ground and to meditate, asking spirit to be with you when you're there, right? And then being curious about oh, how is this actually coming through to support them or to support me? And I would really encourage you to continue your work with spirit with others, because I think there's some bigger shifts happening for you there. So, yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
So
I've started getting into astrology and human design and.
Oh, I love human design. Yeah.
I'm a right angle cross of penetration 3.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Right. Oh, so you're here to bring stuff in. Yeah.
And break things open. Yeah.
and break things open. It truly is. Yeah. I'm a left angle cross of uncertainty. I'm a projector as well, and so yeah, I love human
I'm actually a
design.
manifesting generator.
Oh, cool,
But
cool.
my whole
Yeah.
design, my sun is gate 57.
Oh, yes, which is break again. Like, yeah,
Yes.
it's amazing. Yeah, both breaking
Yeah.
people open, but also that intuition, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, well, it's so wonderful to connect with you on your birthday. And
Thank you.
Yeah,
I really
and
needed it.
Yeah. And feel free, I've got a Facebook page. It's Azrael.love. It's facebook.com, Azrael.love, or check out my website, www.azrael.love. I'd love to hear from you. I do try and offer a lot of like free or affordable stuff. I offer guided journeys once a month. That, I think it's $20 or something, and I don't turn people away.
Yeah.
But it would be wonderful to connect with you. Yeah, if you feel called. So
Awesome.
yeah.
All right. Well, I will find you on Facebook.
Right.
Thank you.
Yeah. A wonderful rest of you. And I'd love to take a call from Laura. I think I've got about 8 minutes here, and still.
Yeah, I'm still here. Hello?
Somerset?
Summersworth.
Yeah. Hi, how are you doing? It's wonderful to meet you tonight.
Hi, I'm doing good. Funny you mentioned about like working with intuition in business. Anyway, I'm doing good. Did you want my question or?
Yeah, I would love your questions because I only have a few minutes, and I'd really love to give you some answers. It's wonderful to connect with you.
Yeah. At first, I thought the previous person you were talking about me. I'm like, oh, this is so spot on. But so I've been wanting to start a psychic business. I'm having difficulty starting it. Also, I'm having difficulty finding employment. So I guess the best question is, what is it I need to know to get past this?
Okay. So one of the first things I'd like to just share with you, and then I'm going to tune in. I will pull some cards too. It's just you're not alone right now. We are at this time. I know that has been very successful for a long time in this kind. It's not that they're not anymore. There's all that's happening, and so not that it's not going to shift or change, but I want you to know that I think some of what's going on is in the collective. And it's like there's a birth, like I talked at the beginning of my broadcast, and a birthing that's happening, and the new way has not fully come into being. And so I just want to help set your mind at ease that even if there are some personal blocks or that some of it, I believe, is the collective shift that we're moving through. And so in that collective shift, there's some timing, right, where everything hasn't lined up. So I just want you to know that you're not alone in the bigger picture scheme of things. Okay. So I just want to take a moment and tune in. And I hope you can still hear me. It looks like my video is stalled on my end. So. Perfect. Yeah. Hey, sorry, Laura. I got kicked off. I've only got a few moments, or a few minutes. I don't know if you heard what I was saying. I was just talking about the collective and how there's this sort of collective standstill right now going on for so many people. And I think it's partly because of like what's going on with the dying and the birthing. Like we're in this in between, and there's this new way that has not. And then 2027, there's this big shift happening. And so I think, I'm going to pull some cards for you personally, but I just want you to know, like, I think we're just in it and it's being reworked. So part of the invitation is for, and I know we have to survive, right? But part of the invitation is how do we trust, right? How do we surrender and then do our own work right now? So that when we're really like, when this alignment happens, the energy and the flow is there. So let me just take a moment here. So just want you to know you are so supported. You have so many guides and angels around you, as I'm sure you know. You are like a powerhouse with like the psychic energy or with the access that you have to it. Ooh, this is beautiful. Oh, beautiful. Okay. So it is, things are going to move. So again, I think a lot of it is timing for you and trusting in the timing. The first card I pulled was the Ace of Wands, which is new beginnings, potent and powerful new beginnings, and fire, right? There's that passion, there's that energy. It's going to hit you like a spark, and it's just going to open up for you. So again, I do get the sense of timing. Now, this was the first card I pulled, so it's soon. Like there will be some sort of shift soon. I still think it will take some time to come into full fruition, but there is going to be a shift or an opening or awakening that sort of like cracks and at least says, oh, here's a little flow, here's a little energy, it feels good. And then we have two major arcana cards. We have Judgment right side up, which is like all that you've been holding, right? All that you've been like, oh my God, I've been in it. Like, why, when is this moving? How can I move? It's like clarity. It's like flow. It's like being born again. So I'm seeing more awakening and more opening for you on a psychic level. And I'm also seeing a relief and a freedom from the stress. And so that is like in a bigger way. I feel like you're going to have a lot more connection with your guides and a lot more energy coming in where they're also going to be guiding you and showing you the way. There is the moon is the third card. And the moon, again, major arcana. The moon is great because it's opening you up to greater intuition, greater flow. I've got 2 minutes here. And at the same time, sometimes it feels hidden. And sometimes we have like our stuff come up, our emotional stuff, or it's like, it doesn't feel like it's coming into fruition in the outer world yet. When I see it with Judgment, I'm seeing it again, more connected to the intuition blossoming, but that there's still going to be those times of like, can I trust? Or I don't know what the way is. Or like feeling lost, right? And I think lost, again, is not more about your abilities. It's more about how do I put myself out there? What is the flow in this space and in this world? And so, again, it's trust. Soon, and it's not about you doing anything until the correct invitation comes. And there'll be an invitation, an opening, something that's going to move you forward. That's with the Ace of Wands. It will come to you. It's not something that you have to search out. And I'm sorry I got cut off there because I'd love to take a little bit more time with you, but I have to go in like 30 seconds. So I hope that makes sense. Feel free to reach out to me on my Facebook page, or, I'd be happy if you're like, oh, this is what this meant to me, and you just wanted to share or process it for a moment, to do that through a message or something on there too as well.
Okay. All right. Thank you for your assistance.
Yeah. Thank you so much. And thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in. I'm so sorry that there was a bad connection today energetically on the online, but the energetics were clear otherwise. And I really look forward to seeing you all next week. Thank you so much, Shelley and Laura. And I wish you all the most beautiful and wonderful week ahead. Remember that nettle energy. Pay attention. it. So much love.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for 3 to C with Kylie. Live from X3to CX.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is 3 to C on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, happy Wednesday. My name is Kylie Nelson, and I am a professional psychic medium and Reiki master. I am here to normalize a ton of energy. As last week was my first show, I was super nervous. I'm also here to provide a little bit of insight because I want to let you guys know, yes, I normalize everything. Last week I had pimple patches on my face because that's what everybody does, but I don't like them. I leave my acne out to normalize it for everybody. I leave everything out for everybody to see, for everyone to normalize. And there's just a few things I want to talk about this episode. First of all, magic is all around us. Energy is all around us. God energy is all around us, and it flows through us. Today has been one of the best days that I've ever had for my business. I have realized how much I've healed energy. Even after everything I've done the last 3 years, it has seemed like every day it just gets better for me. Understanding that energy is around us and energy is always connected to us and we are constantly healing is huge. It's super important to be aware of what you're doing, and it's super important to let go of things that are holding you back. Understanding yesterday, I actually had to close out a cycle that I had with my own journey when it came to God and the God energy. I started my journey as a healer. I started healing people around me with very specific energies that sat with me, and not a single one of them was something that I really thought that I could believe in until I got more into work, until I got more into spiritual work. I kind of just flew by the seat of my pants, because I just did what I was told. I followed what the God energy told me, what the source energy told me, and I healed everybody around me that I possibly could. And even some people around me didn't like it. Some people around me didn't like what I was doing, and they tried to tear me down. Specifically, the people in my town have pushed me very far into some of the darkest places I ever thought I would be because I was bullied. I was bullied for being a healer. I was bullied for being a good person, and I was blamed for things that were never my fault. I was in dark energy because that's where I needed to sit. I had to be there because I had to accept that. I accepted the energy that was given to me and the energy that called out to me so that I could heal myself and protect myself. Eventually, I found myself calling to other energies and connecting with other energies, giving other energies attention and healing others in ways I didn't think was possible. There was so much going on around me that it didn't even seem real. Some of the bullying that I was going through seemed almost impossible, so much so that my own partner couldn't believe half of the stuff that I was telling him because it's never seemed like it could have been like that. And it never could have seemed, that people were so evil, even when I was a healer. But people truly are. The universe will put you through a test. The universe will put you through a test, and people will put you through a test. And it's very important to understand You're a healer, even if other people don't want you to be. You can hold negative energy and take it from other people and turn it into something that can be amazing. You can take everything that others give to you and literally turn it into amazing power that makes you feel so much closer to God, so much closer to Source, and so much closer to being a person that is full of love. And that's what I do. That's what I teach others. And honestly, it has been amazing to be able to understand everything that I have overcome, everything that I have been given, the extreme bullying that I have gone through that has not even seemed real, to get me to be somebody that helps the people that go through unimaginable pain that people are sitting in, that they don't know how to help themselves with. They don't know how to release it. They don't know how to let it go. And I was tested my entire life. I was put on that path, and I used everything and every experience that I've ever been through to heal myself, to heal my family, to heal my friends, and now to heal my clients. I'm so thankful for the platform. Again, this is my second show, and understanding that I have with all energy is extremely great. I don't know how else to explain except for the energy sits with you. The energy is there when you are ready. The energy is there to accept you when you accept the energy, even if you are pushing it away. Because for years, I pushed away my God. For years, I pushed away the God that led me since I was a child. And it has taken extreme amounts of trauma and extreme amounts of releasing that trauma to be able to reconnect myself with God energy and heal others and be able to connect with passed on loved ones. I'm so thankful for the energy that I have, as I'm so thankful for how confident I am, not only in my gifts, but in myself, who I am as a person, who I am as a mother. And this is why I pride myself on what I do, because what I do is heal everybody, but I pride myself on healing mothers and parents and fathers, because mental health matters. Mental health matters so much, especially when you are around other people, especially when you are raising a family. And it is your responsibility to take care of your mental health. And it's also your responsibility to be kind to others, even if others are not being kind to you, just so that you can learn what is going on and so that others can understand either what they're doing is not okay or why they're doing it and how they need to heal. Because they're doing something negative, it's for their reason. It's because of their wound, and you can't hold it. I have had so many wounds, and previously in my life, I projected onto others. And honestly, releasing that energy over the last few years changed my life. Understanding that I didn't have to project wounds, I could heal them and use them to heal others is the number one thing that is the most important thing that I could ever explain to anybody. Your wounds do not need to be projected. You do not need to hurt others. You do not need to cause pain for others, because others have their own journey. Everybody has their own journey. Sorry, my kitty is chewing on my arm. He's reminding me that on a journey of healing, you will still go through pain. You will still go through pain, and you will struggle. You will go through hurt, and it may be difficult, but even if you are at the lowest place you have ever been in your entire life, you can still come out on top if you are seeking anyone to heal you, and anyone means yourself. If you can believe in yourself, if you can believe that your own energy can heal you, this is what's going to take you farther, because this is what put me where I am. And now I have connection to a God energy that helps me heal even more energies than I ever imagined. I am so, so thankful for the energy that I have. And I want to thank my entire spirit team. And I also want to thank everybody that is open to receiving my energy, because that is a number one important thing when you are being healed, is receiving the energy and being truthful in the energy and understanding that you are connected to energy, understanding it wants to heal you, that a God energy, a source energy that you reach out to is there for you. Understanding that, I'm going to move forward and say thank you so much. I have Melissa on the line, and I'm ready to take my call.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm fine, honey. How are you?
I am wonderful.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you perfectly.
Okay, we've been having some phone issues, so I was just wanting to make sure.
Okay, I can hear you. So are you looking for a general reading, or would you like to start with a question?
No, honey, a general would be fine.
Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna explain just a little bit. You don't have to tell me anything. I'm just gonna connect with your energy, and you can verify it for me, and we'll move forward from there. You don't have to share any personal details, and we'll go from there. But starting, it seems that you actually have a masculine energy that may have passed over recently connected to you. Does this sound familiar?
Yes.
Okay. Is this a father energy as well?
Yes.
Okay. So understanding that your father is connected to you, he is asking you presently to give yourself a little bit more self-care. There may be some times where you are neglecting yourself just because you are in pain and you're grieving. But it's very important to understand that even if grief is taking over you, this is energy that you're receiving so that you can either release the pain that you have. Because I do see that there's doubts that you had in your energy, and this may be because you are doubting the time that you spent with him before passing, or you are doubting the time that you didn't get to spend with him before passing. Does this sound true?
Yes.
Okay. So it's feeling like you feel like you didn't do enough, but he's sitting with you to let you know that you did so much. And especially as a child, there's only so much you can do, especially towards the end of life. You have your own energy to work on, you have your own life to heal. And he wants you to know that you actually did the best that you could. And he's asking you to focus more presently on yourself. And I also am hearing children. So if you have children as well, he's asking you to connect with those children and move forward into loving energy and actually use the connection that you have with him to heal your children as well, because I do see that they are grieving as well. They just can't reach out to you as much because they feel you are already in your own place of pain, and they don't want to bother you more.
Yes, I can understand that.
Okay, so what you're being asked to do is actually use the energy that is connected to you, and fulfill some of your wishes. I do see and hear artistry. Again, painting was huge in my last week's session. If you have emotions that you can't release, you're being asked to put them on a canvas, or at least write them down on paper. If you want to write a short story, even about an accomplishment that you had, or something that you did with your father that makes you really proud. He said within this connection, you will be able to call his energy closer to you, because when you are actually grieving a spirit, you are actually pushing them farther away because you don't feel they are close, but he is sitting right with you.
Would you like to hear something interesting about that you just stated?
Yeah,
we were painters. His career, he was a painter, so that makes a lot of sense. You hit the nail on the head there.
Okay, well, I'm so glad to understand that you can receive that connection. And he is really asking you to feel that love. He's asking you to feel that connection with him and feel the connection through painting, because this is where your artistry truly lies. And he knows that. He says he's watched you since you were a little girl, and boy shorts are very significant. So if you kind of dressed a little bit masculine and not feminine all of the time, this is also a note for you to do that as much as you want as well.
Okay.
He does want you to know that you should sit with yourself and feel very connected, because he is one of the main energies that made sure that you feel free, that you feel comfortable with who you are, and he wants you to continue to live that way and continue to project that energy to your children. Also, are you familiar with grandchildren? Do you have any?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I am seeing grandchildren, and I'm hearing finger paint. I'm also seeing fingers on a canvas. So this may be time for you to connect with your grandchildren a little bit more if you haven't done that already.
Okay, all right.
Do you have any other questions? He really just wants you to know that you need to be free and use the time to paint to connect with his energy more. You also may be able to receive an intuitive download or even spiritual gift from him through this energy as well during your time of painting.
Okay, all right. Well, I thank you very much.
Oh, Okay, well, for in.
I'm sorry, honey, you cut out.
Oh, I said thank you so much for calling in, unless you have another question.
Oh, no, honey, that is fine. And thank you. And you have a good.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Oh, it seems like I have another caller, Melissa, on the line.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I am wonderful. Are you ready for a reading this evening?
I sure am. Thank you.
Okay, would you like to start with a general reading or would you like to ask a specific question?
Anything's fine. I don't know. Are you able to connect with like spirits at all or anything like that? If not, general is fine.
Yeah, I actually do general readings and I read all of the energy presently around you. Also, to let you know that your aura is purple, which is very important because this actually means that you are connected with divine energy. Are you aware that you may connect with spirits yourself?
You know what? I've been told that I have, that I'm able to do that, but I don't know how. I've been trying. And yeah, I've been told that I have the ability, as I meant to say, the ability to do this, but I don't know how to do it.
Okay, so it's very easy once you believe in yourself and you remove all the blockages from your body. So I am a psychic medium and also a Reiki master, which means I use Reiki healing to read and heal the body. To understand that your aura is purple means you are already connected to the energy, but you have a blockage on your root chakra. So I'm actually going to use Reiki healing to pull that from you. And then you may also feel much more understanding with energy and also energy in your body, as you may be able to feel spiritual connection in your body as well. Are you familiar with smelling energy or smelling past loved ones often?
Like I can feel like my dad around me, like he's passed like almost 2 years ago. And like, I know that he's around me and like, I can like sense him around me and like his smells and stuff. If you mean something like that.
Okay. So understanding you actually have just about the same gifts as I do, meaning you are a psychic medium. I'm going to pull that blockage from your root chakra. And the more that you believe in yourself and trust in the divine energy and trust that your dad's actually speaking to you, he is going to be able to, but you're going to have to just open up a little bit more with belief.
Oh, thank you. Oh my God, I'm so excited.
I hope you are, because it is amazing. He actually has an amazing download waiting for you as soon as you open up your energy, as you are actually clairvoyant and clairaudient. So if you practice your third eye with some gifts, wow, what am I saying? If you practice your gifts, if you practice your third eye with some practices for your gifts, you'll be able to see him and you will be able to hear him. But I am picking up your clairaudient gift is very well practiced, so you'll be able to hear him first.
Okay. Oh my God, that would be amazing.
There is a little bit of information though, if you would like. He is talking about sipping coffee. So if you are sipping coffee, this is when he's sitting with you, or if this is something you did often, he's verifying that he is with you and that he is clear in the connection.
He drank tea every day, and I just started drinking coffee. It's not like, it's like iced coffee. So
okay. So he's verifying that he's with you. He's verifying that he's with you and he's been watching you. And also drinking tea is very important because he may have been drinking herbal teas. This may also be a note for you to look into some herbal remedies for things that you're going through, especially if you're having a sore throat lately.
Yeah, I've been clearing my throat, so
yeah. Chamomile would be really good. A chamomile tea would be really good. And also nettle would be a really good tea for you to drink that will help with your sore throat. And this will also connect you deeper with his energy, as well as this is something he frequently did. So if you would like to reach out to Source Energy and ask for him, you may, but he is always with you. He is waiting for you to be ready and for you to stop doubting yourself.
Oh, great. Oh, my God. I would like
You're
have
awesome.
goosebumps. I'm so excited.
You're awesome. You can do it. Believe in yourself for sure. Definitely believe in yourself.
Thank
That's
you.
the most important part.
Thank you. My little girl actually sees him. She's 5, and she can see him. She tells me things about him.
Yeah, so it's very important to understand. Yeah, if you're a kid or if you have been raised in balance of energy, you actually don't ever lose connection to your spiritual gifts. So the more that you believe in your daughter and the more that you continue to believe in yourself, she will actually grow up to be very strong in spiritual gifts. And your father is very much with her all the time. She sees him very often. And there was very specific moments that he's taking me back to, especially when she was a baby, laying on her back on a mat when she was doing tummy time. He was very frequently with her. So this is time to understand that he has always been here, even if he hadn't passed. There was spiritual energy sitting with your daughter to prepare her for this connection. As I'm being told, you having the knowing of your daughter seeing your father and energy is very important to understand that he was already there. And this is going to give you more belief behind what you're actually doing. And it won't be just you. Your daughter will be sitting with you in the spiritual energy as well.
Oh, okay. Awesome.
There also is a grandfather.
I love that. Yeah. Huh?
Did you hear me? I'm sorry.
Yeah, a grandfather?
Yeah, so I'm believing it is his father because I'm seeing him sitting behind him in the same generational line. Mustache is very apparent to me. So if you had a very large mustache, he's letting you know that he's also here. He is supporting you and he is right behind you in your journey and he is ready to help you. Also, I do see within the next 3 to 6 months, you have confirmation of connection to spirit. And I also see in 3 to 6 years, you may actually be a spiritual medium yourself and you may do it full time for work. So it is a part of your path.
That's awesome. Yeah, I've been told this for quite some time now. I actually had somebody teaching me tarot cards and just on their own free time, and then I didn't have time, and I don't know. And I want to so bad now that he's gone, and I don't know how to do it. So.
So it's really important to understand that you actually don't have to use tarot. You don't have to use any divination tools to connect to spiritual energy. And the more that you do it without divination tools, the more that you'll believe in yourself and have a stronger connection without any 3D product. And you can do it with just your mind.
Okay.
So it's very important to believe in yourself and sit behind yourself with full belief. Your father is saying you still have a little bit of doubts that you can't do it, but you are only blocking yourself because you don't think it will actually be there. I'm telling you it's there. Take down the wall, believe in yourself, and even talk to your daughter about it. Ask your daughter about him, ask your daughter about what she's seen, and start interacting because the more that you give her the energy, the more she will share with you as well. I see her aura as green, which means she is in her heart chakra and she's actually sharing energy with you, trying to heal your heart center as well, because you may have felt like you lost a lot of yourself when your father passed. So it's very important to understand your daughter's also healing you because she's connected with his spirit as well.
Oh, yeah, I asked her a lot about him, and she tells me that he's sitting behind me and he's with me all the time. And she tells us a lot. Or if I'm feeling down, she says, your dad's with you. He's hugging you. And she's always telling me things to try and lift me up. So I can see that.
So understanding that I pulled that blockage from your root chakra also, it's important to know that the more you have that connection is important to hold it, because the more that you believe in yourself, the more you have connection to your body, and you will actually be able to feel with your consciousness, not only in your mind, but your body awareness of him. So you may be able to feel him touch your shoulder. I'm actually seeing him touching your left shoulder right now. So he may be sitting with you, trying to help you heal your feminine, as this is where you will be receiving your energy. And this is where you feel may have wounded when he passed. So understanding with more connection to body and more gentle breathing throughout the body, kind of pushing J breaths out your spine, to the bottom of your spine, to your root chakra, is actually going to connect you with your body and allow you to feel him presently, even if he's touching you spiritually.
Okay.
We have just a few
Thank
minutes
you.
on the line. Is there any other questions that you would like to ask about anything in your life?
I don't think so. I mean, would you be able to see like do you see us getting like a house soon by chance? Would you be able to see anything like that?
Yeah, I can look into that. So understanding that you want a house is important, but I'm also hearing the word apartment. So you may be moving into apartment in the meantime, before you get a house. I'm also hearing that you want to travel. So sticking yourself in a house is going to actually stop you from being able to travel. So if you're going to be wanting to move into the free flow of energy, especially working with spiritual gifts, following the intuitive flow instead of things that you want in 3D is going to be what's the most important. So if you want to be free flowing, it is suggested by your spirit team that living in an apartment would be best for you, because that will be easier to get out of and easier to move your energy through.
Okay.
If you are wanting a house, though, that will be a choice that you will have to secure within yourself. And I do see you traveling. Past 6 months from now. I see travel. So it's very important to understand you can get yourself into a house, but it may cause more work for you later on to get out of to be able to travel. Or you may be able to rent out your house if the laws are different there and you're traveling, especially if you're renting to like a family member. I also do see that there is a family member around you that might be willing to do that. So it really is all up to you and your choices.
Okay.
Okay. Well.
Sounds good.
Yeah. Thank you so much for calling in.
Yeah, thank you so much for your time. I appreciate you so much.
Yeah. Thank you so much for the energy, and thank you so much for being open, and thank you so much for being open to spiritual energy. I'm so excited to hear the confirmation of you connecting with your father, and I hope nothing but the best for you.
Yes, I've been wanting to, so thank you. I really appreciate this a lot.
You're very welcome. Have a wonderful evening.
All right, you too. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you so much. Happy Wednesday. I am so thankful to be here. And this has been some of the most healing experiences I could ever have in my life, and some of the most validating experiences I could ever have. Don't forget, don't bully others. And if you do, you're going to reap the benefits of what you sow, even if it's negative. Have a great night, and love yourself. Love yourself and love those around you, and send love. And if you want to be negative, that's your choice, but that's where you'll sit. Don't forget, never forget, choose where you sit and choose what you project, because that's who you are.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. And now, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with Reverend Elliot. Live from magic-works.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Greetings, fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and light. This is Reverend Elliot, your friendly neighborhood esoteric practitioner. You know, I always trip over that line. I've been doing this for 10 years, and I can't say your friendly neighborhood esoteric practitioner without fearing that I'm going to say your favorite neighborhood esoteric practitioner, which is rather presumptuous because there may be other people on your list who you prefer over me. And hey, that's the way the cookie crumbles. And if I find out, I'm going to send a hex your way, damn it. Now, you know, there are people who do that. I don't get as much now because people are concerned with the economy. But I've been getting over the years so many things about saying, listen, there's this woman I just love and she won't pay attention to me. Can we kill her? This is essentially what it adds up to. They don't do it in that regard. They don't do it that way. And half the time I feel like saying, you know, if you really, really, really want to get even with this person, just see if you can marry her because you sound like a loser. You're crazy. No, we don't use magic to kill people. Although, under certain circumstances, very rarely would I recommend doing a thing like that. But if you go to my website, which is magic-works.com, magic-works.com, you will see a page on revenge. Because that's a lot of people want to do that. A lot of people think that it's good to use magic to destroy people, which I find kind of peculiar because you put that kind of energy out, it's going to come back. It will come back. It will. And the problem is, it's like this. This is how nature works. I knew a guy many years ago who was a private investigator, and it wasn't like Mannix or Shaft or any of that. He had a very particular subset of clients. He worked for the Doberman Pinscher Association. That was the main thing. That was his. You know, everybody who's self-employed will have a bread and butter account, and so, you know, they'll do other things, but one account pays the bills, and that's a precarious position to be in. So people are always looking for an additional, I can talk to you about my marketing days when we had one client that paid the bulk of the bills and the company spent all of its time trying to find another client, even though we had several others, but we wanted another biggie. In any case, this guy, there's this thing about Doberman Pinschers. They only kill their masters. You know, there's TV movies and things like that. Well, whenever a person who owned a Doberman, and you'll see the point, this relates to magic. Whenever a person who owns a Doberman is attacked by the dog, the sales of Dobermans would go down because that would be a big thing in the news. I haven't seen it in the news in years and years and years, but I guess it's not happening. I don't know. But in any case, they're not covering it. If it's a big cover-up, the Doberman Pinscher cover-up, and I'm going to call Woodward and Bernstein. But so this guy, we're going back to the 70s here. And I mean the dawn of the 70s, like the late 60s. But so he would investigate why the dog killed or wounded grievously its master. And he found the same thing all the time, always came to the same conclusion. It was invariable. People would get a Doberman. They're highly intelligent dogs. Highly intelligent dogs like to be trained and do what you want them to do. And if they're as intelligent as a Doberman or a German Shepherd, for that matter, they will pick things up and learn. They have the ability to learn not just to memorize or remember, be trained. That's one thing, but to learn. And they always would get a Doberman and have it attack trained. That was the thing to do. Maybe people just aren't getting dogs attack trained anymore. Maybe they just realize dogs can be just dogs, you know. They always would get their Doberman pinschers trained to attack. And yet they didn't know anybody to attack. Now, to impress their friends, they would give the dog the attack code, which would be something creative like kill. You know? And then the dog would, and would start straining the leash and go, and then they'd give the callback, which would be stop, let's say, for sake of simplicity, and it would stop. And they would do that over and over and over again. That's not very good for the dog's mental health, because you can make a dog neurotic. And at some point, they say kill once too often, and the dog turns back and gets them. And that's what always happened. And that's what's going to happen if you send out that kind of energy with a dog, and it's going to bite you in the throat. Imagine what will happen if you send it out magically to people. So you got to be very careful when you send out bad energy, because especially if the person you're sending it to has any even rudimentary magical knowledge, they know how to send it right back to you. That's a basic thing. I knew a guy who had the biggest dog I ever saw in my life. It was a St. Bernard, and it was massive. And he trained that dog that if he would be talking to people and say, watch this, and he'd say, kill. And the dog would leap up and put its front paws on the person's shoulder, guaranteeing a cardiac arrest, and then but start licking their face. He thought that was funny. I'm laughing because he thought that was funny. I have no idea what happened to him. One day he was just not there anymore. I have a feeling that somebody had an uncle in Brooklyn and said to him, kill. You know? But no, that was just the silliest thing. He scared the hell out of people doing that. And he would strike up conversations with people in the park with his dog just so that he could say, hey, watch this, kill. And this immense animal, like a bear, would rear up on its hind legs, put its paws on the shoulders, and just happily start licking the face, which, of course, everybody pictured being bitten right off. No. I guarantee you there are I'm talking about 1972, right? There's still people wake up in the middle of the night screaming, I'm sure of it. People who can't watch the old TV show Topper without freaking out now because, you see, there was a dog in that liked martinis. And that alone, if I had a dog in the house that liked martinis, I would bring it to the pound. Those are mine, baby. Well, not anymore. You know, time marches on, and I can't handle that kind of stuff anymore. Not the way I used to. Good Lord, not the way I used to. But it's not good. And besides, you know, I had a friend who's deceased now who had a drug problem and a drinking problem. And I ran into him once in July, and I'd forgotten that he had a problem with drinking. And we were chatting, and there was a nice local neighborhood bar there. And I say, come on in, I'll buy you a beer. This was July. It was hot. It was sweltering. Yes, there were hot Julys years ago. It's not something new now. And I said to the guy in July, I said, come in, I'll buy you a beer. And he said, no, I've got to be someplace in November. And that was just, I mean, I spent years as a writer specializing in comedic stuff too, which is odd because most of the screenplays I sold were crime stories. But I never could have thought of a line like that. And he said it with complete straight, I mean, he meant it. No, I've got to be somewhere in November. So we be aware of your shortcomings, I say, but I always keep a jar of olives in the refrigerator just in case somebody hits me with the rejuvenation machine and I can have a martini. And I love it. I'll still enjoy a nicely made martini, not too dry, you know. Hey, I'll tell you a secret and get in a shameless plug. There's a really funny book my wife worked on, and I give her top credit in that because she did it. So see how magnanimous I am. I support the women's movement. When the woman does all the work, I give her credit. But I do have my name on it also. It's about risque bar napkins If anybody's old enough to remember those, and if you're not old enough to remember them, you got to see this book. It's just so much fun. It's Naughty, Bawdy, Dirty Barn. I don't even remember the full name of the thing. You can find it at mojoacademy.org. You can find it at amazon.com just by looking up Naughty, Bawdy, Bar Napkins, or Bev Nap. You know, and the reason I mention is that in the back of the book, we have a gift for you, which is a martini ordering card. I used to carry these. We put one in the book, not an actual card, but it's on one of the pages at the back of the book. It's the size of a business card, and you can scan that. You can put that book flat on your scanner and scan that and print out. That'll slap into any template for business cards. Perforated cards, you know, the kind we all use on printers. And you can have it, and it tells, you just check off exactly how you want your martini made. And everybody thought those were wonderful. We got, my wife and I made those up for the classic cocktail sidecar at one point. And that was enough to get us media coverage. I've always enjoyed doing that. Media coverage is so much fun. I mean, there was a time when media was fun. It wasn't just people yelling at each other, calling each other traitors. Oh boy. So yeah, those, you can do that. Those are fun. You can just print them out, scan it in and print it. But it's a really fun book, and it's got a whole array of bev naps, bar napkins, that would probably get a place closed down today because there's no sense of humor about sex anymore. And what else is there? Oh, there's one that is not particularly risque. It's a bev nap that is so nice. I got it in 1980, and I still have it. And I scanned it and put it in there and gave full credit to the company. And it's a martini blueprint. Oh, you see, people used to do creative things with bar napkins. Now, we know that they got rid of things like that and got rid of, like, matches. First of all, they stopped smoking in bars, but the matches were a problem because all these things would be proof that, like, a drunk driver was at that bar. A lot of people don't know this, but it is against the law for a bar to serve you when you're intoxicated. I know, it does sound weird, but that's the way it goes. But they can also, they can cut you off if you're apparently intoxicated. Now, I know you're thinking, what kind of reverend is this again? What kind of minister is this here? You know, yes, I know the laws of drinking in all 50 states. Yeah, there you see. Now I'm doing my Foster Brooks impression for you old timers. Yeah, anyway, that's by way of saying that, look, we need all the laughs we can get, right? Oh, one of the things in the bar napkin book is I have in there a bunch of reproductions of the famous Groucho Marx bev naps. Oh, that has to be seen to be believed. You can find these, you can buy them online. They're really expensive, but get the book because it's an awful lot of fun, and it's got a nice little foreword that I wrote, which I did just so that I can slap my name on the front of the book too. But really, it's a full color reproductions of risque bev naps. What can I tell you? And it's good for laughs, and I think we should laugh about these things. And everything is fair game for joking, except, you know, you can get canceled for it these days. That'll pass. We've been through these reactionary kind of things. You know, I'm personally a little tired of people saying, "Hey, I believe in freedom of speech," but, and then they, you know, go on and tell you what's wrong with that. No, I'm a very big First Amendment guy, as you know, and just about every business I've ever been involved in is in the First Amendment. So there you go. I say, you want to really be protected, don't start a business that isn't protected by the Constitution. And even that's iffy. There's all these people want to get rid of the Bill of Rights now. I mean, free speech, presumed innocent. We actually had a governor here in New York who got into a little bit of legal trouble and had to hightail it out of office, who referred to the constitutional protection against double jeopardy as a loophole. Interesting. Now, I bring that up because every now and then there are jurisdictions that pass laws that say you can't read tarot cards for people. And that's absolutely unconstitutional. So there you go. And they always lose, by the way. But they do it. It scares people. And when people, fear is the thing. There's a lot of people who became addicted to fear in the last few years. We've always had an undercurrent of fear running through our culture. Them is out to get you. Them is coming for you, that kind of thing. And we needed a new them when the Soviet Union collapsed, and we finally settled on who the them are. Us. Like, the Pogo comic strip thing where he said, I've met the enemy and he is us. Well, there you go. So get a laugh, man. I'm saying this in all modesty. It's a wonderfully, beautifully laid out book. It's a large size format, and it has full-size reproductions of classic naughty Bevnaps that once upon a time you would find underneath your cocktail. And in the back, this is what brought it up. My mind wanders, and today I'm going with it. Is a card, a martini ordering card that you can scan in and personalize if you want. If you want. You don't need my permission. Go for it. It's a fun book. I will be slapping up an announcement about it just to reinforce this on the website. It's at my website, magic-works.com. It's also at mojoacademy.org. But I will put a link to it at my tarot Facebook page. That's the one I like. That's the two Facebook pages I like are I like the tarot one, because the tarot one has loads and loads of people there who they're nice. You know what I mean? The regular page, the regular Facebook stuff is it's Facebook. I know quite a few very nice people, and other people come by just to be obnoxious and cause trouble and argue, and that's most of the traffic there. But that's social media. It's pretty much the bathroom wall of the internet. The best thing I've got on social media is my tarot consulting page, because the people there are just so polite and nice, and it's, if I feel down, which I do occasionally, especially in the last few years, we all have, there's a lot of downward pressure on us. I go to the Facebook page there, which is why it was so much fun for Facebook to lock me out for a few days. They get mad at me now and then. They lock me out. Yes, they do. Mostly they've banned me for saying things that they said were false, which are now considered true. So there you go. But when they lock me out of that regular Facebook page, they lock me out of the tarot consulting page. And I don't like that, because the people there are just so extra nice. And if you're at the tarot consulting page, bless you. Because even if you don't participate, if you just look and watch and you see the little things I post there, it's very nice to, and I'm going to start shifting my activity there, because it's good vibes, man. It's good vibes. The people there are so nice. And you see what I mean? It's the tarot community. It's the magical community. For the most part, we're filled with nice people. There are a few negative folks, but they don't last. They just don't last. Well, remember now, it's Naughty Body, whatever, Bev. It's a long title, but it's Naughty and Body should get you there at Amazon. Naughty Body Bev Naps. And I'll have a link to it at Reverend Elliot's Tarot Consulting Facebook page. When the show is off the air tonight, I will do that. So let us get down to the readings now that we've discussed Doberman's killing people, St. Bernard's giving people cardiac arrest, and funny sexist bar napkins. All the good old occult things. But I told you the whole point of the Doberman Pinscher story was that that's how magic will work. The magic will work. Magic will work like that. It will come back to you. And the negativity can easily hurt you, especially if it fails to hit its target. Oh, man, it's got to go somewhere. And guess who it's going to go to? The person who sent it. This is just like the story of the dog. I guess I could call that a fable or a parable, since I'm speaking parabolically. But yes, that private detective I knew, who was also a carpenter on the side, I built a beautiful bookcase for my parents. Any case, enough with the past. Somebody once said that people who worry and people who are obsessed with what could happen in the future, and by the way, keep in mind, as we're getting close to an election, politicians are going to start babbling more and more about the future because they want to divert your attention from what's happening now. And there is no future. There is no future. I want you to remember that. There is no future. The past is your memories and the future is your imagination. It's always now, okay? There is no future. This is why they love talking about the future, because they want to get your mind off now. Every con artist will do that. Will put your face pointed towards the future. Look how much money you'll make if you invest with me, said Bernie Madoff. Look what that did to people. You know, it's always, when somebody is trying to push you into the future, run, because it's garbage. Now, that doesn't mean don't plan in life. You can make plans here and there, just don't expect them to come true. You know, they're a guideline. They're not a roadmap. You know, there's things you can aspire to if you wish. I personally am devoid of ambition, and with the hoverboard, life started working for me beautifully. Did you know, no ambition, no disappointment, and you never know. If you're focused on a goal, you're going to miss other opportunities. That's how I got most of the opportunities in life, was by seeing an opportunity popping up, and I say, I'll give it a shot. So let's look at, now this kind of sounds odd because we're going to look into, quote, the future in the tarot cards, but that's not exactly the same thing. That's looking at at the arc of our own lives, and there's something you can do about it if you see something you don't like. If the cards show in your future an impending financial disaster, which it, you know, just read the newspapers, right? Then you know there's things you can do about that. In any case, yeah, you can consider the consequences of your actions, but don't let anybody sell you on running your life only for the future, because all you got is today. It's now. Because a week from now, it's going to be now. See what I mean? Let's ring a bell 3 times and start the curtain, and pull back the curtain on the magical window. How's that? And now I'll reach up to the curtain rod and pull the curtain back on the magical window for Serena in Apple Valley, California. Hi, Serena. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi.
Hi, Serena. How are you doing tonight?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great. What can I look at for you?
I'm not even sure. I guess future. I guess, or like
Well, let me tell you this. I'll look at some cards here. I have one question for you, so I can see if these are on the right path. Did something kind of sad happen to you recently?
Yes.
Okay, because I've got a card here that indicates sadness, you know, so therefore I asked about that. Well, I'm also seeing that the situation is going to change. That's the Wheel of Fortune. It says the situation is changing. The next 3 cards are wands. Is there something going on in your work life?
Yeah, I'm kind of in between jobs, so.
Okay, good. Well, you know, there's a card here that's the 2 of Rods, which is about, you're kind of like waiting for something to grow and happen. So that tells me that that fits the idea of being between jobs. The 9 of Rods shows me that's a person who's prepared for what's happening. The 8 of Rods shows me that this is going to change, that there's something coming your way very soon. The Star tells me that you should be hopeful and optimistic about this. And the Page of Cups tells me it's the beginning of something. Something's coming that's going to be the beginning of really good emotions and happiness and joy for you. So it looks like to me that the sad thing, there's more money in your future too. Here's the Six of Coins. You're going to find something that pays you well. I see that a job is coming to you and it's on the way, that you'll find something soon. Okay?
Okay.
Now, this is another card. It's called the Eight of Coins, and that is about a person who is working very hard at a new position and is going to be successful at it, and that will be recognized and it will lead to other things. So all these cards are, it may be something you haven't done before, because there's a hint in that card of apprenticeship and learning a new position, but you do really well at it. So between the Eight of Coins and the Six of Coins, it's telling me that, and of course the Eight of Rods, which means something is on the way, tells me that you're going to have a new job, and it's going to be something that you'll learn, you'll be very good at, and you'll be well paid for it. So hang in there, okay?
Okay. That's good. Funny, because I just got offered an apprenticeship recently.
Oh, excellent. See, consider it. Now, the cards are not saying you must do this, but it's saying that it's worth considering, is what I see. Because I've also got the Ace of Swords here, which is a fascinating card because it means the beginning of a new way of this mental activity is the swords. And sometimes it's strife, but then again, strife is always a thing in the mind. But the Ace of Swords is about developing a new way of looking at life. If you're coming up with a new way of seeing things, that's growth, and that's good. And then there's the Ten of Swords. You got the Ace and the Ten. The Ten of Swords means a bad situation is about to end. So all the signs are good here. And of course, that Nine of Rods I got earlier says that you're prepared for this. So you should do very well at it.
Okay.
Okay. Is there anything else you want to look at?
Well, I have, what about like family-wise, like, or like, you know, like?
I didn't catch the question.
I said, like, well, what about like family-wise, like, or is that something that like is able to be seen, or like?
Something you want to know what's going on with your family?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see what we get. Let's shuffle them up again. And cut the cards. Wow. That's interesting. Is there somebody making trouble in your family?
Well, there's a couple things wrong right now, so.
Well, I've got a card here, which is the Five of Swords. Fives are not good news in tarot, and that's just like about a person who's sneaking around and causing problems. And darkness. There's the Moon, which is about unconscious mind and dreams, and yet I think you're going to come through it okay because the Sun is here. That's the card of healing and health and growth and happiness. But to be aware that this is the Judgment card. This person's going to get what the people who are causing trouble are going to get what they deserve. Okay, that's worth knowing. I'm seeing that there's some people causing trouble in your family, but it isn't going to succeed. And you'll come out fine, okay?
Okay.
Thanks for calling. I hope that helps.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Thank you for your kind words. Bye-bye now. And let's shuffle up the cards and get right to the next reading because I spent so much time talking at the beginning. Brooke in Wisconsin. Hi, Brooke. You're on with Reverend Elliott.
Hi. Thank you so much for taking my call.
Hey, that's what I'm here for. You sound energetic. You're waking me up.
I'm excited. I'm excited.
What can we look at?
I'm looking for a new house. I have to move very soon, and I have 2 daughters. And I'm also going to need a car, so it's all kind of coming up quick. So I'm just kind of looking for whether it's going to happen, what I'm going to do.
Okay, let's see what it looks like here. Is there a new job in your life? Hello, Brooke? Have we lost Brooke?
You hear me?
Oh, yeah, now I hear you. Is there a new job in your life? Or are you looking
I'm
for
looking
work?
for a new job. Yes.
Yeah, because I have the Ace of Rods, and Rods are about career and work, and the Aces are new beginnings. So, and here's the Ace of Coins. So that's telling me that money is going to be coming in. You will get a new job, and you will get more money out of it. Okay, that's what I see. I'm laughing because here's another card about getting money. It's the Six of Coins. I had this, and here's a card I had earlier also. I had that too. Is the Ten of Swords. That's a card that means the bad times are coming to an end. It looks awful. A lot of people think the card means the person's dead, but it really means that you've been through the worst, and you'll get up and it'll be fine. The Two of Coins, here, there's money. There's 3 money cards here. It tells me that you're good at juggling funds and balancing things and getting new things going and stretching your money and doing well with it. So it looks like you're going to do all right. You're entering a new phase in your life is the main thing that I see here. That is, and don't be alarmed, that's the Death card. Now, it doesn't mean you're going to die. The Death card means the end of one period of your life and the beginning of another, because there's a sunrise on it. I mean, it would be pointless for the cards to point out that somebody is dying, because we're all eventually headed that way. And they rarely showed death. I had a really nasty experience when I was starting to read with that card. I didn't explain it properly to somebody. But you're about to enter a new phase in your life. A new you is coming, and it's going to be very good. It's going to have new work and money. And here, the Four of Rods. It's a happy home and joy, and it's looking really good. I think that what you're doing is going to pay off for you. I don't see any speed bumps here at all. And if you're hoping for this to be a turning point in your life, it's going to be. That's for sure.
Good.
The thing is, another card here is strength. That tells me that this is going to take some strength and discipline, but the appearance of that card says you can do it.
Okay, good. Do you see anything with my daughters, or I'm sorry, keep going on.
No, it's okay. Is there a bad situation going on here?
I'm just nervous about custody, making sure I keep custody. One's at college and one's home.
Okay, because I do see the tower struck by lightning is here, and that's a card that refers to something happening suddenly and changing the situation, and things just, when you don't expect it, it's going to change. And the card after that is the Ten of Cups, which is complete happiness and joy, and it shows, it actually shows happy children on it. And the Six of Swords is a card of getting from where you are, rough waters, to where you want to be, which shows smooth waters, through your own efforts. So it looks to me like you're going to get what you want.
Oh, good. It was a sudden having to move, pretty sudden, and I'm still looking for a place. I only have about a week.
Well, that's the Tower of struck by lightning. That's the card of sudden change hitting you. But I think that this is going to turn out well. This is going to come your way. You know, this is now. There's a choice you're going to have to make. They have the Lover's card here, and that is not a romantic card. That just means that the person has a choice in life, that they'll a fork in the road, so to speak, and has to make a choice. And I think you'll handle that well.
Good. Oh, wonderful. Thank you very much. You really made me feel better.
The key here is that the Ten of Cups is the card of great happiness. Okay?
Good. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate your time.
My pleasure. Thanks for calling. Bye-bye now.
Have a good night.
Thanks. And you're listening to Reverend Elliott's Magical Window on the Ask One Radio Network, where we get together every Wednesday at 11 Eastern, 10 Central, 9 Mountain, and 8 Pacific to to look through the magical window of the tarot, find out what's going on in our lives, make sense of certain things that we don't understand now, maybe, and get a glimpse of the future. Even though I gave you that whole big rap about there is no future, that's the conundrum. See, that's the, it's a what's the word? It's a dilemma in a sense, because what happens to us, the Taoists believe, is already written in the book of life. And yet, they also believe that we are free to make our own decisions. So it's a contradiction, and it's unexplainable. And frankly, I think religion gets away with a lot of stuff by saying that's a mystery. I can't do that. I can't call the building owner here and say about this month's rent, it's a mystery. No, you can't do that. Oh, boy. But you see, looking into the future would be meaningless if it was set in stone. Then what would be the point? Why would you want to look if there's nothing you could do about it? That would only lead to apathy and dread. But there are things you can do about it. And you see, it's one of the reasons people feel relieved after a tarot reading is that it can confirm, most of the time, it can confirm what they think is going on is actually going on. And that's what I like about it. The future changes. The future now is not the same as the future 5 minutes from now. And you are not the same person that you were before a tarot reading, because after the reading, you've got different information and you can act on that and do things. So you see, there is an element of fate combined with free will. And it's a mystery. Karen in Washington is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot. Hi, you there?
Yes,
Oh, hi. How are you doing tonight, Karen?
I'm doing all right.
Great. What can I look at for you?
My family dynamic.
Okay. Anything in particular? That's kind of a big territory there.
Yeah, no. I was married to their dad, and then he left, and then it was a horrible breakup. He never came back, and he never even came to visit the kids.
Wow.
And we lived in the same town.
Well,
and then I got with my high school sweetheart, and he turned out to be a nightmare. And I was with him for 5 years, and my kids are grown now, and our relationship from both men in my life has kind of scarred our family dynamic.
I'll bet. There's no kidding. I applaud you for being here and being so lucid about it, because I'm looking at the cards and things have been bad. From what I see in the cards, it's been worse than you're saying publicly. You know what I mean? You're holding back a little, and I don't blame you. First, let me tell you what I got. The first card, I rarely get this card. It's the Hanged Man. That is a card of a person who has made sacrifices in order to do something greater than ordinarily would be expected. And that is you. You have made sacrifices for your children, and it's been good. You've handled it well. Let me put it that way, according to these cards. The Devil card is here. Now, that is not satanic. That is, you'll recognize this, as I describe it. It can be a man or a woman, but in my experience, when the Devil card turns up, it's almost always a man. And it's always a very attractive man. And it's always a man who has great charisma and power. And that person is very attractive, and you can get things around that person, fulfillment and all kinds of stuff. But eventually you find out the cost is very high. You know what I mean? There's what I'm seeing here is that they're very hard to get away from, these kind of people that are represented by the Devil card. In fact, there's a man and a woman chained to the devil in this card. And that's because this is these people are magnetic. They don't walk around as like looking evil, you know what I mean? But they can really exert their control over you in 1,000 different ways that you won't even notice until you start thinking about it years later. The fact that you got away from them, as difficult as that was, is masterful. You did well with that. That's followed by the Eight of Swords, which is a person who feels tied up and bound and doesn't know which way to go, which is what happens when you leave a dynamic person like that. And eventually you have to, because they can be overpowered. They will be overpowering, and they'll just take over your life. And the best thing about it is they do tend to go away and leave you there and never talk to you again, because they're off doing this to somebody else. You got out of that phase too of feeling stuck, because that's followed by the Empress. And the Empress shows me a woman who can make things happen and make things grow. And that's followed by the Temperance card, which tells me that you've worked to restore balance in your life. That's the main thing when we get involved with a person who is represented by the Devil card, is we lose a sense of balance, but we don't know it right off the bat. We know it later. We know it when they're gone. We feel it then. But you've managed to restore that sense of balance. So you're doing well in terms of A, having survived these people, and B, you're thriving. And the next card I have is the Six of Rods, which is about great success and triumph. And you did. The fact that you got out of that, and, they didn't treat you very well, did they? Are you there, Karen? I think we've lost Karen, have we? Karen, you still there?
Yes, I'm still here.
Okay, I hope you heard what I was saying, because there was a little breakdown here. But yeah.
No, I heard you. I'm just crying.
Oh, I don't mean to draw that out of you like that. But yes, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Those were very dangerous times for you, weren't they?
Yes.
But you're here. You got through it. And you succeeded, and your life is restored to balance. And you're going to be fine, according to what I see here at these cards. There's good stuff headed your way. The Strength card is here. That's the key. You have the strength to do that. The Chariot is a card that's here that shows that you were able to control your emotions. Because people like that assert a very strong emotional pull. I mean, I know people who've been involved with horrible folks that fit this mold, and they still miss them. Because it can be exciting to be around a person like that. It can be profitable in certain ways, but the cost is high.
Yeah.
But at some point you recognize that, and yet you still, listen, let me put it this way. I don't know enough about these people to make a determination that, quote, they were evil, okay? But I do know that nothing leaves people more confused and upset than an encounter with evil people. I mean, that's the first sign. There's a wonderful book by Scott Peck. He wrote a very feel-good book that sold millions of copies called The Road Less Traveled. His next book is not a feel-good book. His next book is about evil people, and it's called The People of the Lie. And I recommend that to everybody, The People of the Lie, because it's one thing evil people have in common is that they lie. They will lie when they could just as easily tell the truth. I mean, they really lie, then that's a sign. Another sign of an encounter with an evil person is you feel really bad after. I mean, you question your own sanity, you question everything, because they're good at that, at doing that. But you got through this okay. Maybe if you looked at the book, The People of the Lie, you might find out if that's what happened, that you had an encounter with people who are evil. And they seek out nice people to do this to. The Nine of Coins is here, and that's a very good card at this point in your life, because it's about a person who is at peace with herself. It's a misunderstood card. It means that you can take solitary pleasure in life. That doesn't mean you're going to be alone all your life. It means that you don't need other people around you all the time, that you can be very comfortable as yourself. And very few people could do that. There are a lot of people who've got to be out all the time and meeting people and doing things and got some schemes going and hatching plans and doing all that. But this is a serene person, and you've gotten there. If you can have 2 encounters with people like this in your life and come out as a serene person and look objectively at what happened, you are a winner. Okay, you're doing fine. It may not feel good, but you will. You understand? This hurts. This stuff hurts, and we're wounded. We are literally wounded by people like that. Lest anybody wonder if I'm projecting or not, yeah, I had an encounter with somebody like that in my life. And it leaves you got to really make a break from people like that. And it can be hard. And yet, there it is. I tell you what I'm going to do is, first of all, let me just assure you, listen to this, go to askoneradio.com and listen to this show at the archives after it's up there in a day or so, and listen to your reading, because it's very positive. You've done very well, even though you don't feel like you have, but you have. And I will, after the show, light a white candle and send positive energy your way so that you can help keep those good vibes going, okay? And remember, and this goes for everybody listening too, but especially I'm talking to you, Karen. Ask Tarot, AskTarot at earthlink.net. That's my email, asktarot@earthlink.net, or you can find me through my website. There's all kinds of ways. Just Google Reverend Elliott's Magical Window, and you'll find a way to contact me. Anytime you need to, just drop me a line, and I'll be happy to pull a few cards for you on the house and see what's cooking, okay?
Okay.
Because I know you feel bad, and that's good. You wouldn't be human if you didn't feel bad after what happened to you. So it will pass. Listen, it will pass. And you'll be fine, okay?
Okay.
Hang in there, and I'll send that positive energy your way. And do not hesitate to contact me if you feel you need, even if it's just to vent at somebody. And we'll talk, I'll either by email or I'll give you a call, okay?
Okay.
Hang in there. Bye-bye now. Well, let's shuffle up the cards. This is something that I may want to devote a show to, may even want to devote a book to. Encounters with evil people can shatter you. Shawana in California is next. Hi, we've got a few minutes. Let's see if we can get a reading in for you.
Okay.
How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing fine. Thank you for asking. How about yourself?
I'm doing great. I've been tired all day, but I come alive. I wake up when I do this. I feel great. What can I look at for you?
My marriage.
Okay. Has the marriage ended?
No.
Okay.
You're separated.
Oh, you're separated. Okay, because I'm getting signs of things not going too well, But the worst is over is also what I'm getting in here. So that's good. There's a card here of optimism. There's a card that says that like I said, the worst is over. There's the Seven of Rods is a person who can sweep away obstacles. The Lover's card here, of course, that has a dual meaning now, but it's really about making a decision in life. So you have a big decision to make about this marriage, like you didn't know, obviously. One of the main reasons I asked was that there's a card here called the Three of Swords. And that shows a heart that's pierced by swords, and the heart is crying. And that generally indicates divorce and marital problems. It doesn't mean that you are going to get divorced. It just means there's a problem here. But that's followed by the 10 of Swords, which tells me that the bad times, the hard stuff is coming to an end. So the Lovers is telling me that it's going to be resolved one way or the other. It depends on which way you want to go. Right now, you don't really know what you want to do. Is that correct?
Yes.
Because that's the Two of Swords. That's the Two of Swords is like a stalemate. It's something that isn't moving. There's the Two of Cups here too. See, there's a lot of twos here. There's duality here. The Lovers has two people. The Two of Cups has two people. Two of Swords is a two. The Chariot is here, which has two horses. All this is telling me that right now you're just stuck, not knowing which way to go. Now, you know that, so I'm not helping you any. You're going to figure it out. I have the Ace of Swords here. The Ace of Swords here, the Ace of Swords is about a new way of thinking and a new way of seeing things. You weren't being treated very fairly, were you?
Not doing this straight.
No. That's the Five of Swords. That's a person who is maybe even going behind your back and being nasty and not being honest and truthful. But I'm telling you now, you're going to be all right. You're going to make the right decision, whichever way you go. The Ace of Cups is here. That's the beginning of happiness and joy. The World is here. That is assured success. The Nine of Coins, I just had that a moment ago for somebody. That is, you'll be confident in yourself and who you are and what you need to do. Again, we don't have time to really take a deep look into this. And even if we did, I certainly wouldn't have the cards tell you what to do, because you know better what to do. What the cards are saying, though, is, because like I have the Eight of Cups, which means you're considering leaving. But you'll pick the right thing to do. Just whatever choice you make, according to what I see here, just have confidence that you'll make the right choice, okay?
Okay.
Okay, I gotta go, but because I'm up against the end of the show. But if nothing else, just keep that in mind, that the cards are showing that when you make this choice, you're going to do what's best for you. Okay?
Okay. Thank you.
So, bye-bye now. And that's it. We've come to the end of another edition of Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. And we've gone from Doberman pinchers to evil people. Boy, we really sure we cover the gamut, don't we? And rightly so, because life is a panoply. I've never had a panoply. Remember, though, I'm serious about this, because so many. It's bad enough that we have people out there who try to keep us afraid all the time. We call them TV news. And that's literally their job, is to keep us all scared. But you're not going to fall for it. I know that. But they're out there. That's a lot. It's a lot. But when you have an encounter, there are evil people. There really are. There's a wonderful speech about that in the movie called The List of Adrian Messenger, about evil is. Kirk Douglas delivers it beautifully. It's only a couple of moments long, but it's dynamite in that movie. And I highly recommend the film. But I'm up against the clock, so if I want to leave you with anything here, remember, you can get in touch with me at asktarot@earthlink.net. Ask Tarot, one word, at earthlink.net. The website is magic-works.com, magic-works.com. And check out the book, The People of the Lie, because that's really deep stuff about getting hurt by evil people. So until next week, remember, time flies. It's up to you to be the navigator. Bye-bye now.